Gonna mute everybody, and Mary is gonna let us know when we are live on YouTube.
Okay. Okay.
We are live on YouTube.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for your patience. Hello to those on YouTube who are watching. We are going to get started when the waiting room is empty, and then we'll dive right in. We have about a dozen in the waiting room, give or take. And big thank you to our check-in team for devoting your time and energy to helping everyone get checked in.
Can you hear me, Stephen?
I can hear you, Tandy.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thanks.
No problem. Justin, that is concerning that we can see Hassam in the waiting room, and yet he says that is not him. I guess I would either kick that person out of the meeting room or let them in, try and figure out what the deal is. Good evening, everyone. To those of us who have just joined us, either here in the Zoom or on YouTube, thank you for being here. We are still admitting folks, and because we are going to be diving into endorsements, we want to be sure we have everyone checked in and ready to rumble. Lynn, because we are still in basically the May meeting, because it's still the endorsements meeting, we don't have the May minutes for review yet, because we will be submitting both meetings minutes for review at the same time. However, if you would like to reach out to John Stafford, I bet he could give you a copy.
Yeah. Excuse me, Joanne Harrell is trying to get a minute. She's been on hold for a while. Is there an issue there?
Just that we've got a lot of people trying to get in, and we're just working our way through them. So
okay.
we'll try to get
appreciate it
as possible.
She's looking at me mad. So nothing I could do. So, okay, thank you.
Can we please get Joanne in, checked in, whoever's got that part of the alphabet?
Chris, I admitted her earlier, and then I thought this was another one, and I thought she came in, but I'll readmit her.
Okay, thank you, Jean.
I don't know what happened there. I
Okay.
admitted her a long time ago.
No,
Okay.
she's in now. Thank you, Jean.
Oh, all right.
All right.
Can we also please let in candidate Grant Houston?
I just let Grant Houston in.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think there's a bit of a delay between when folks are getting checked in and when it's disappearing off my list. So I'll give y'all a little extra time. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Cindy, for posting the agenda. We have about 16 folks in the waiting room. We'll get started once we get through those.
Turn your mute on. Turn mute.
Thank you, Lynn. Justin, would you like help renaming folks so that their numbers appear, or the letters that they are responsible appear, so that if folks have questions, they know who to reach out to for the credentials committee? You're muted, sir.
Once somebody has become a co-host, the only people that can rename themselves are themselves or the host.
Okay, co-hosts, yes, co-hosts and credentials committee, if you would please rename yourself to include the range of the alphabet that you're responsible for, we would appreciate it, so that folks know who to reach out to if they have questions. It's by last name is my understanding.
Hi,
Jeannie,
Steve.
Yeah,
Pat, I have
Hi.
a message for you. I put
A
in the
what?
chat room. I put a message in the chat
Oh,
room for you about
okay.
somebody who can't get in.
Oh, all right. Let me look. Sorry, I've got 5 million chats here.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I just
If you didn't go to the last meeting, can you go to this meeting and vote if you're a member?
As long as you were a member before April 30th.
Sure, sure. Yeah, they were. Okay, it's the whole family.
all right. Let's see.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking and doing a mic check with you. Can
can-
everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Marvin.
Okay, we've had some internet issues here, so we're just making sure that the signal's coming through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And let me just plug to all of the candidates, mayoral and city council, broadband internet would be really cool for municipal project. That's my policy stump. I'll die on that hill. So to get the propaganda out of the way, I do want to thank everyone who's joining us on Facebook and live. Thank you for your patience. We are still checking folks in. We have 118 participants and counting, and there are at least 13 folks in the waiting room. So we are working to get through those as quickly as we can, and then we're going to launch into it. Thank you, Joanna, for that note that there are power outages in Seattle right now, and that is impacting at least one school board candidate. Joanna, if you are able to reach out to that candidate, please let them know that if they are able to log in elsewhere, if they can bring a laptop or their phone, that they should be able to still use the link and get in that way. But we definitely want them to be able to participate. But thank you for letting us know about those challenges. Suda brings up that it's also impacting some voters. My message is the same to the voters as to the candidates who are impacted, to please try and find any way to get in. We will admit you when you are able to, but we will have to start. We will have to start the meeting once we have everyone checked in who's in the waiting room. All right, we are whittling away. The waiting room is down to 6. Appreciate all of you being here. Justin, are the voting keys the same? I believe so, as the last meeting, or are they different?
I'm so sorry. Sometimes on my phone it's cutting out. What was the question again, please?
Are the voting keys the same as last month?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Well, we're down to 3. I can almost taste it. Of course, Ethan, we appreciate the time you are able to give us. We will be announcing when ballots are open, and we will be announcing when ballots are closing. So please try and keep an ear out for that if you are taking care of kids, just so that you get those votes in on time. But we will try to give you a few different warnings that ballots are closing. So just keep an ear out for that. But we totally understand that people have other obligations and priorities during these meetings, and we just appreciate that you're able to attend in any capacity. There's a question about can there be any campaigning in the chat? We are actually closing the chat for the meeting. So the chat is open right now, and the chat will be open at the end of the meeting, but during the meeting, the chat will be closed. I was outvoted by the executive board that decided upon that. But there will be no live chat. You will be able to reach out to co-hosts. So if you are having issues or technical problems or trouble voting, you will have folks you can reach out to get those problems addressed, or you can always just raise your hand and I'll call on you. But there will be no chat during this meeting.
Could Harry Teicher please reply to me in the chat? I have 2 people logged in the same name and I want to get that verified.
Or we can unmute you, Harry. Harry, are you there?
Say yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Harry, I take it it's you and your wife?
We're both here together.
Can we just get the name of your partner in crime there? You can feel free to use the chat if that's easier. What was that?
Tammy Morales.
Thank you.
Well, Tammy checked in too, though.
Yep, I'm on my own computer.
So I checked in Tammy. So why do we have 2 Harrys?
Steven.
Yes, Tamika?
Hey, question. If the chat feature is turned off, how will people be able to reach out if they have questions?
So you are always able to chat to co-hosts. So if you have questions and problems, you can reach out to your co-hosts and they will alert me if I need to be alerted, or you can do what you did right now. Raise your hand and say, I have a question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin, there's 2 phone numbers in the waiting room and I don't know who they are.
I'm sure one of them is Brett.
Let me see if I recognize either.
Well,
that one looks a lot like. That one looks like Brett. If you're looking under N, I should have that list at the top if it's Brett's.
Okay.
Do you see what a note I put at the very top of that alpha section?
Under N?
Whatever section is N, look at the very top center, and I've got a note if there's a phone number I expect there.
Oh.
Tamika, that looked painful.
Oh, that, Justin, that's my.
That was painful.
Justin, that's my section N, and I don't see a note, but I believe you.
Maybe I accidentally deleted it. Let me look up Brett real quick. Sorry.
All right, we're going to get started
Yes,
here.
That is Brett Nelson. That is Brett Nelson. And change his name to Brett Nelson, please.
All right, we have everyone out of the waiting list, or waiting room rather. Thank you all so much, whether you're here live or watching live on YouTube. We appreciate your time being here. We're going to get started just with, I'm calling this meeting to order. I'm also going to start with a land acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that we are in the traditional land of the first people of Seattle, the Duwamish people past and present, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the Duwamish tribe. I also want to wish everyone a very happy Loving Day, as well as a happy Pride Month. The executive board recently passed a message to all of you, a communication that was drafted primarily by Tom Schmidt and Andrew Ashiofu. We thank them both so much for their time and effort on this message, which I'll read to you now. We come together each June to celebrate the history and progress of a movement, the diversity of a community, and the contributions to society made by the LGBTQ community. We come together to celebrate Pride Month. We remember a history of activism, the protests at Cooper Donuts, Dooley's Restaurant, Compton's Cafeteria, and the riot at the Stonewall Inn. We commemorate the naming of the Stonewall as the first LGBTQ national monument. We honor those who have contributed to the LGBTQ community and to the world. It would be impossible to list them all, but here are just a few. Bayard Rustin, Marsha P. Johnson, Alan Turing, Audre Lorde, General von Steuben, Barbara Jordan, James Baldwin, Sylvia Rivera, Harvey Milk. We commemorate 40 years of the AIDS pandemic, and we are united as a community to continue to fight for an end to the losses still being inflicted by this disease. We acknowledge the challenges that face us, renewed efforts to restrict the rights of members of the trans community, the struggles of our LGBTQ+ immigrants and refugees and the barriers they face to finding a safe haven, the increase in violence against Black and Latino trans women, and against those in the AAPI LGBTQ+ community. The members of the 37th Legislative District Democrats declare June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month and celebrate all that is fabulous about this part of our great community. Thank you so much. We're going to get started. That brings us to our meeting norms and ground rules. So just a refresher for everyone, these are located on our website at 37dems.org/about/meetings. Please bring a positive attitude to this meeting. Please assume good intent. Please agree to disagree. Please ensure our meeting is a safe place. Please ensure everyone's opinion is seen as valuable. And I will, as the chair, will ensure good time management. The ground rules are that you will speak when recognized by the chair. Comments should be on topic. Non-urgent comments or suggestions should be addressed to the chair or members of the executive board after the meeting. And do not interrupt the person who has the floor. Thankfully, we are on a Zoom, so I can silence you all if cell phones are going off. Thank you for adhering to the ground rules. Tandy Williams, I see your hand up. You are recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I lost my list of candidates that were running in each race. I do have a copy of my agenda, and unfortunately, when you look at the agenda, there's no names printed. And I was wondering, as we go through, could you kind of just like run through the names real quick when we go for each, like who's running for King County or whatever, yada, yada, yada.
So
the name
at the same boat as you. I am using our agenda, which does not have names, and the reason for that is that names are offered by the members. So if there is a race that you're excited about, if you're a candidate here, and you know that it's your race, please let us know, and we will make sure that we recognize that you're recognized. But we do the only candidates that we are voting on tonight are those that are offered up by the membership. So I will do my best, Tandy, but I'm operating off the same list you are. But if others are in the chat or our co-hosts can chime in, please do so at your convenience. All right.
Stephen?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
This is Mary Pat, and I'm telling you that I have no internet access, so I'm calling in on my phone, so I'll have to voice vote.
Thank you very much, Mary Pat. I will add you to our voice vote list. Brett, I also have you on that list. Is there anyone else suffering from internet outage? Hearing none. Let's move on with the meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
If you would like, when we get to certain races, I'm going to pull up the King County filings, and I can just...
That would be amazing. Thank you.
All those who have filed.
Thank you. I will ask you for some names if there's a silence from the crowd.
Yeah, just give me a few minutes to get that up.
Of course.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
one other rule, or I guess acknowledgement, is just making sure that people unmute themselves once you acknowledge them.
Yes, and I will ask you to unmute most likely once I acknowledge you. Otherwise, but please double check your mute status before you start talking. And Yuan, if as our producer tonight, would you please put the spotlight on me and the clock? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And we are going to begin with the City of Renton, Council Position 2. There are 5 candidates, and I know there are candidates in the room right now with us. I see a hand raised. Michael Wolf, I call on you. Michael, I cannot hear you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to endorse Marvin Rossetti.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Second.
Bob Rosenberger, I call on you.
Hi, are you back?
Sorry, I just seconded the nomination.
Thank you, Bob.
Hello?
Justin Baird.
Yes, I would like to place in a nomination Carmen Rivera.
Thank you, Justin. Is there a second? I call on Andrew.
I would like to second the nomination of Carmen Rivera, please.
Moved and seconded. For seconds, please just call them out. That'll save us a lot of time. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Going once, going twice. I'm closing nominations. We will start with Marvin Rossetti for a speech to not exceed 1 minute. This will be followed by a 30-second speech in favor. Let me just go over, Marvin, before you start, let me go over the ground rules so everyone's clear. So the candidate speaks or the candidate's representative speaks for 1 minute. So 1 minute on the clock, please. That is followed by a 30-second speech in favor of from a supporter of the candidate. If any, there is a 30-second speech against. If there is no 30-second speech against, we're done there and we move on to the next candidate. If there is a 30-second speech against, there's a 30-second rebuttal, followed by a 30-second rebuttal, and that goes one more time. So at most, there will be 3 30-second speeches for a candidate, 3 30-second speeches against, as well as the 1 minute speech by the candidate or the representative who's been designated by the campaign. With all of that out of the way, Marvin, I turn the floor over to you. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Great, and thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great seeing all of our friends tonight. Again, I'm Marvin Rossetti, and I'm running for Renton City Council in position 2. So my first thing is to make you all proud. You all know me for my own party leadership, not only as state committee man and chair of the Asian Pacific American Caucus, but Chef Marvin as well. We'll get to do that one day soon. But today I'm going to introduce myself as a small business owner and a local volunteer in the city of Renton and its local community-based organizations. So for 15 years, I've been in nonprofits and government work, including co-founder for Angels in Sports, our local youth charity here. But I'm running because Renton wants its community leaders to serve with experience that's able to serve our local communities. And so I want to expand our human services, enrich our parks, advance our transportation and public works projects. And as a Democrat, I'm hoping that I'll be taking all of these values and emphasizing equity and diversity when delivering these services to our community. So thank you and I appreciate your support tonight.
Thank you. We'll now have a 30-second speech in favor. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak in favor of Marvin Rossetti's endorsement. Michael, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'd just like to call out again, Marvin has been a lifelong Democrat, including serving as a state committee man from the 11th District, chair of the American Pacific Islander Caucus for the state Democrats, and multiple other roles. He's been involved in Renton for years, including both as a volunteer in the Chamber of Commerce down there and also on many different committees organized by the City of Renton, including the Liberty Park Commission and various other roles with the city. Marvin has held our values. He's been a longstanding supporter of the 37th District Democrats, and he deserves our endorsement.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone who would like to speak for 30 seconds against the endorsement? Is there anyone who would like to speak against the endorsement? Is there anyone who would like to speak against the endorsement? Seeing none, we will move on to a 1-minute speech from Carmen Rivera. Carmen, I'm going to ask you to unmute. We can see you. Looks like you're unmuted. Would you just test your mic for me 1 second by saying hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your time will start when you
Awesome.
begin talking.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm running for Renton City Council because I was born and raised in Renton. I've seen the changes and the growth of our region in my lifetime through a queer biracial lens and understand the proactive and progressive approach we must take to ensure we are acting in the best interests of our community. I've spent my entire career as a social services professional working with some of the most vulnerable and marginalized youth across Washington state, and particularly in South King County. I have been a leader in the LGBTQIA community, and we need leaders to address the increasing cost of living and the lack of affordable housing in our region. This further impacts our houseless community, which I will always vote to support as a council member. I will use my human services background to lead with community engaged governance. I will use my skills to engage every resident who wants to be heard. If elected, I want to improve transparency in government operations. I've been endorsed by Senator Saldana, Representative Hackney, and Senator Bob Hasagawa. I received the sole endorsement of the 11th, 41st, and King County Democrats, and would be honored to earn your endorsement tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We'll now hear a 30-second speech in favor of Carmen's endorsement. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak in favor of Carmen's endorsement. Brandon Hersey, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. You're
okay. Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know I'm on a timer. I have just had the pleasure of working with Carmen for a number of months, both in context of politics and in the campaign. And as we are moving forward into a time when we are really going to have to put our values where our mouths are, we have the opportunity to support a woman of color in politics, as so many have told us is the key to making sure that we are making policies that are in the interest of all folks. So I am really proud to be supporting Carmen, and I hope that this body will do the same.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Rebecca, I know you wish to speak in favor. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against Carmen Rivera? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Going once, going twice, closing that. Is there anyone who would like to speak for? No, I'm sorry. Gwen clarified this last time. If anyone wants to nominate no endorsement, you are allowed to do that, and we will allow you 1 minute. But in absence of someone moving no endorsement, you are always allowed to vote no endorsement, but we will not stop for speeches for no endorsement. If you would like at the next race to speak for no endorsement, please let us know, and we will get that in the endorsement when the endorsements are open. So I think, Justin, would you please post the ballot in the chat?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is just for something I saw in the chat. So we're voting on an endorsement for City of Renton Council Position 2.
Yes, City Council Position 2. I've been asked if we go no endorsement in the primary, is it reopened in the general? And that is no. If no endorsement is what we vote on, we do not reopen it. If we have candidates who are endorsed in the primary who do not make it through the general, then we reopen endorsements for the candidates who are in the general.
Just a heads up, I've gotten a couple of text messages from folks in the waiting room, so can we give that a check?
I see one person in the waiting room. Can we please, I think Ramla, it's a Michelle Sarju.
She's not a member. We don't know who she is. I've asked Justin. I don't know if she's somebody that.
She's a candidate.
She's a candidate. She's a school board candidate.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. She's in.
Thank
I
you,
don't
Jean.
see a list of guests. That's why.
And thank you for bringing that to our attention. If you hear of folks who are having difficulties, please let us know. All right, so we are now ready for the ballot. It is in your chat. If you don't know where your chat is, look on the bottom. There should be something that says the chat box, and you click it and you will see the message from Justin to everyone about ballot J, Renton City Council, position 2. I need to vote myself. Mary Pat, I'm going to you for a voice vote.
Okay.
How do you vote?
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Can I get the voice vote first? Mary Pat, go ahead.
A what?
Who do you vote for in this race?
I didn't write down the first gentleman's name, but that's who I vote for.
Marvin Rossetti?
Yes.
Okay, we got one. Thank you. Justin, I'll listen to you, and then Brett, we'll go to you for your voice vote. Justin, what's your point of order? Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry because I'm doing 16 things. I do apologize. Just be careful, hosts and co-hosts, when you're sending messages, not to be messaging the waiting room, especially if there's nobody there. And the only reason all of our candidates are listed among our members in the alpha ranges. If they, however, have not notified us until now that they're attending, they weren't pre-populated. So just go ahead and let them in if they say they're a candidate.
Thank you, Justin. Brett Nelson, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Hilke Faber, and I don't know how to get into the vote. Where have we? Because chat is closed. Is that where we vote, or?
No, Hilke, you will see the ballot in the chat. There should be a link, and we can put that again. Do you have the chat open?
I can get it open right now. So hang on.
Okay.
Yep, it's open now, but it says now closed, except to whatever. Oh, there we go. Ballot. I got it. Ballot Renton Council position 2. Is that what I should be looking at?
Yep, that's the only one we've gotten to you so far, but that is the one you need.
Okay.
I am receiving a message from Tunde Salisbury that his key says it's invalid. So if someone could help Tunde figure that out, thank you. And then Ellen, I see your hand raised.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, first time voting in the 37th. I do not have a voting key, and I wonder if someone could help me with that.
If you did not, when did you join the 37th? And welcome.
Thank you. I joined, I believe, at least 2 or 3 months ago, and I did register for the meeting.
Jeannie, can you please check Ellen Eads' membership status, and then Mary, can you?
She's a member. I don't know why she didn't get a voting key. That would be Mary.
Mary, can you please check for the voting key and message that to Ellen?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who is that for?
Eads.
Ellen Eads.
Ellen what?
E-A-D-E-S.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Tunde is good now. Thank you, Tunde. Glad to hear it. We will keep the voting open a little longer for this one because folks are obviously still getting acclimated, which is totally fine. So we're just going to keep the voting open for Renton Council position 2. Stephen Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you. I was just curious, is there any way to have that form, the voting form, autofill all the details except for my voting key?
You know, it does that for me. That might just be a Google thing, though.
Okay, so maybe I just need to check which cookies I'm allowing, etc. Thank you.
That sounds like that would be the way to do it. Can we please get the dial-in number to Joanna Cullen as one of the school board candidates is in a wheelchair and unable to connect via phone, except through, well, it may be able to connect via phone, but doesn't have that call-in information. So we would like for that person to be able to connect if possible so that they may speak. So if someone could please message Joanna Cullen the call-in number for tonight's meeting. Hilke, did you have a chance to vote?
Nothing happened and I can't get in there, so.
Define nothing happened. You clicked the ballot and it just went to a blank.
I clicked chat, right? This is where we start, right?
Yep.
And so then I have here, chat is now closed except to co-host. Let's see here. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff here. But so where do I go?
Can we please post the link one more time into the chat?
There are two links. I have two links there for the two candidates, but that doesn't.
Oh, well, there shouldn't be. So links for the candidates are probably just to their campaign websites. But if you see a ballot.
It says ballot J and ballot J.
The ballot is posted twice. Just
Yep.
pick one.
Yep. So that's just the one link that you click. We posted it multiple times. What happens when you click that?
Okay, let me see here. Yeah, Renton Council position 2. Okay, so then I have, it opens up to ballot J, City of Council position 2, and it says required. There's a red thing that says in email. But when I try to click, okay, here maybe now. Oh, now it's working now. I tried that before, and so now I have to put in my email address. Okay, maybe 1 at.
Cindy Laws, I saw your message and I will do so.
Oh.
All right, Hilke, let us know when that is in.
Yeah, I'm putting in my voting key now, which is
Brett Nelson, I'm going to go to you for your voice vote. Brett Nelson. Brett, you may need to unmute yourself.
Yes. Oh.
Am I unmuted now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I have no way to tell if I'm muted or not. Okay.
I will ask until I hear from you, and I'll let you know if I can't hear you.
All right. I want to do a no vote.
No endorsement.
Yeah.
HNG. Okay.
Thank you, Brett.
All right, I've just submitted mine.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ballots going once, ballots going twice, ballots for Renton City Council position 2 going 3 times, closing balloting. Justin, please close the ballot. Stephen, did you have another question? Or is that a lingering hand?
Sorry, I can't tell whether my hand is raised. So
no worries. It happens. And I will lower all hands. All right, while our tally committee is getting the results certified for the next one, I just want to confirm the voice votes with Justin and Tom. So Justin, are you ready for those voice votes?
Yes, please.
1 for Marvin Rossetti.
And that was from Mary Pat DeLeva, correct?
Yes.
We're recording these by name.
Mary Pat DeLeva votes Marvin Rossetti.
Okay.
Brett Nelson votes no endorsement.
Gotcha.
Joanna Cullen reports the power has returned. I am very glad to hear that, and I'm very hopeful that our candidates are able to join us. It will be a while before we get to the school board, so thankfully that's the case. Thank you, Joanna, for the update. Moving on to the next race on the agenda is the City of Renton Council Position 6. This is Renton Council Position 6. If you would like to nominate someone for Renton Council Position 6, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just to give information to people, the people who have filed is Sanjeev Yanzan, James Alberson, and Joe Todd.
Thank you, Alec.
Chair,
Yes.
we're not tallying over here. Can we release or do whatever we need to do to get the tallies to tally?
Yes, we will.
Just patience, please. Once it's closed, I have to put in the calculation.
Thank you, Tom, for being communicative, and we will continue to keep the floor open for any nominations for position City of Renton Council Position 6.
1.
City. Oh, I'm sorry.
Council Position 1.
Oh, I believe we endorsed in Council Position 1.
Then you were
Joe Todd at the very end of the meeting.
right.
Yeah, sorry. No, so that's why I was a little confused.
Renton is only 1 and 2.
Oh, there's no Council Position 6 for City of Renton?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, that's a relic from, I don't know how that
I show that there is a 1, 2, and 6, and in 6 we have a candidate by the name of Ruth Perez, who is
Where
5.
is 6? Well, that's interesting.
All right, so it does sound like there is a Council 6. I do see Michael Wolf's hand raised. Michael, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I believe that race only had 2 candidates that filed, so it moved straight onto the general, so it may not be showing on the primary ballot.
In fact, I see there is 1 candidate filed, so that would probably be why it's not showing there, Alec.
Yeah, I'm just going off of the filing list.
So it sounds like Ruth Perez is the only candidate who has filed. Is there anyone who wishes to move the endorsement of Ruth Perez? Endorse Stephen Thomas.
Sure, I'll endorse Ruth Perez. I don't know her, but I'd like to endorse somebody. And
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking this, but I believe she's a Democrat, but do we actually have a King County Democratic questionnaire or a statement that she is a Democrat or other proof thereof?
I do not have a questionnaire from Ruth Perez. I am also under the impression that she is a declared Democrat, but I do not have anything at my fingertips to confirm that. So Gwen, as our parliamentarian, in the case of unknown or unverifiable,
Then she hasn't met the requirement. If she hasn't stated, if we don't have evidence, written evidence, then we shouldn't be considering her.
all right. So Stephen, unfortunately, it does not sound like without Ruth or a representative from the campaign here to make a statement. I do not think we are within the bounds of our bylaws. Spoiler alert, at the end, I'm going to be asking folks to volunteer to rewrite these bylaws for endorsement.
And
These
Mr.
are the
Chair,
rules. These are the rules we're dealing with.
You're right. The endorsement rules, not the bylaws, the endorsement rules.
yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in any case, she will not appear on the ballot, so there is time for that to all get clarified for the general.
Excellent. Then let's move on without objection. Hearing none, we will keep that. We won't just deal with it right now. So if Ruth Perez or a representative does appear tonight, we will revisit it. But we're going to move on in our agenda to City of Seattle City Attorney. So if you'd like to endorse or nominate in City Attorney for the City of Seattle, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just the people who appear on the ballot are Ann Davison, Nicole Thomas Kennedy, and Pete Holmes.
Thank you so much. I call on Senator Rebecca Saldana.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Pete Holmes.
I second it.
Second.
And a second for Pete Holmes. I call on Andrew Hong for a nomination.
I'd like to nominate Nicole Thomas Kennedy.
Nicole Thomas Kennedy, is there a second?
Second.
I second that, Justin Bear.
Been moved and seconded. Are there any remaining nominations for city attorney? Are there any remaining nominations for city attorney? Are there any nominations for city attorney going once? Going twice? We will close the nominations for city attorney Seattle. And I will turn it over to candidate Pete Holmes for a speech for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Saldana. And hello, 37th District Dems. As we recover from this pandemic and address critical issues of policing and criminal legal reform and turnover at City Hall, I'm proud to provide consistent, principled, and progressive leadership at our city at a time when we need it most. We partner with proven diversion programs to help people afflicted with addiction, behavioral health issues, and poverty to get treatment and support instead of cycling through jail. I've led our decade-long partnership with the Department of Justice to reduce excessive force at the Seattle Police Department. But we have more work ahead with a new mayor next year and search for a new chief and negotiate a new police contract. We've vacated marijuana convictions. We fought Trump's racist policies. We defeated Tim Eyman's attacks on transit. Now we're defending our right to tax wealthy corporations. Now is not the time for an untested voice in this office. Please visit homesforseattle.com and see my many endorsements, which I'm proud to list. I would appreciate your endorsement. Thank you.
Your time is done. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of endorsing Pete Holmes for city attorney for Seattle. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Rebecca Saldana. Rebecca, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. And I think, my endorsement is for Pete Holmes is to state that I do think he has defended us well. He was on the early action of making sure that we vacated marijuana. And he is a steady hand in this time to make sure that we finally start making progress on getting a possibility of progressive revenues and making sure that they can withstand lawsuits so that we can actually get that money and have fair share.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor. I'm going to lower hands and open the floor for a 30-second speech. So let me lower the hands. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against. Is there a 30-second speech against? Lonnie, you are recognized for, okay, Lonnie's saying no, no, no. So Lonnie, you are not recognized. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for 30 seconds against? Going once, going twice, seeing none, we will now move to a 1-minute speech from candidate Nicole Thomas Kennedy for city attorney, Seattle.
Hi, thanks for having me. The Seattle City Attorney for petty crimes, misdemeanors. In my years as a public defender, I witnessed the city millions of dollars every year prosecuting BIPOC and the disabled for crimes. Despite a century of legal reforms, it is the same people who are victimized by the criminal punishment system. Despite a decade of police reform, we all saw the protesters last.
I'm so sorry. It is unintelligible, and I want to give you the time to be heard. So I would like to put the clock back to 1 minute, and if we could just do a brief mic check and connection check.
Can you hear me?
Much better. It's much better now. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead again.
That's okay. No, thanks for not letting me go on forever. Okay. So the Seattle City Attorney's Office only deals with low-level petty crime, misdemeanors. In my years as a public defender, I witnessed the city waste millions of dollars every year prosecuting BIPOC, the poor, and the disabled for low-level petty crime. Despite a century of legal reforms, it is the same people who are victimized by the criminal punishment system. Despite a decade of police reform, we all saw what happened to protesters last summer. The city regularly prosecutes hungry people for stealing small amounts of food and unsheltered folks for taking warm clothes from Goodwill. As city attorney, I will stop reacting to petty crime in a punitive way that destabilizes people and instead work to prevent these harms by investing in community-based diversion programs, health, and social services. The guiding principle of my office will be equity. I will turn the litigation away from the office, away from prosecuting the poor, and into challenging those that perpetuate large-scale harm to Seattle. I will go after large bosses and companies that commit wage theft on behalf of Seattle, and I will aggressively protect tenants' rights, especially at this time of heightened housing instability. Okay.
Thank you so much. Your time has expired. We'll now have a 30-second speech in favor of Nicole Thomas Kennedy. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak for 30 seconds in favor of the endorsement of Nicole Thomas Kennedy. Please raise your hand so I can see you if you would like to speak for 30 seconds. I see one hand. Natalia, go ahead. You're recognized.
Hi, my connection's a little spotty, so sorry if this is not great. I am endorsing Nicole for city attorney because she is challenging from the left, and she has very strong values that include both prison abolition and also ending qualified immunity. I believe while Pete Holmes has done a great job, I think that we need bigger change, and we need change yesterday. And I think that having a challenger come from the left who represents the progressive values of Seattle is what we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Just a PSA, if you are having internet connectivity issues, try turning off your video when speaking, and you should still be able to participate, and it will save bandwidth per people who are chatting at me. I'm not an expert on tech by any means, so I hope that's true. It sounds like it could be. So thank you. That was a 30-second speech in favor. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the endorsement of Nicole Thomas Kennedy. Is there a 30-second speech against? Is there a 30-second speech against? Is there a 30-second speech against? Seeing none, that will end debate on the Seattle City Attorney race. So Justin, if you would please put the ballot in the chat so that folks can vote. And then we're going to turn it over to our tally committee for a report of the previous vote. Tom, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. So we have for Carmen Rivera. All right, first of all, we have a total of 109 votes, 66 votes for Carmen Rivera, 39 votes for Marvin Rossetti, 4 votes for no endorsement. So Carmen has 66% of the vote. I'm sorry, 60.5% of the vote. Marvin has 35.8% of the vote, and no endorsement has 3.6% of the vote.
Sneaking it out on the first ballot. Congratulations, Carmen. You are endorsed by the 37th Legislative District Democrats. I want to thank both of our candidates for being here tonight. And now, Justin, when you are able, please get the ballot into the chat. And I appreciate everyone's patience while we get that wrangled. Carmen, we do allow the candidate who has received an endorsement to make brief remarks. If you would like to do so now, please feel free.
I just want to say I'm very, very, very grateful and very thankful. And I want to invite each and every one of you to, if you want to reach out to me, if you want to speak with me, I can share my phone number with you. My email is riveraforrenton@gmail.com. I want to touch base with you. I want to hear from you. And I'm just so appreciative. I know these meetings are very long and they take a lot from everybody. So thank you for being here. Thank you for voting with me. And just thank you so very, very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Just
Mr. Chair.
So Justin pre-made.
There's a problem.
1 second. Justin pre-made a lot of these ballots. So you may see a name on there that was not moved for endorsement. If you vote for a name that was not moved for endorsement, as opposed to someone who was moved for endorsement or the status of no endorsement, that is a spoiled ballot. Your vote will not count. So please, if you see that there is a candidate who was not moved in tonight's meeting for endorsement, do not vote for them. That would be throwing your vote away. I'm sorry, someone wanted to say something.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And this is to Justin as well. I just clicked on the chat and it sent me to a message that this was an unsafe site. Don't know what's going on. And I've tried it twice.
You know.
Same this way.
Same here.
Same. I'm going to let Justin address that. There is a question of who the candidates in this race are. That would be City Attorney Pete Holmes and candidate Public Defender Nicole Thomas Kennedy for City Attorney Seattle. And the reason for that is probably because so many people are trafficking that. Sorry, go ahead, Justin. I turn the floor over to you.
I'm doing several things in the background, so I'm unaware of the 3 different things people have asked me just now.
There is concern because folks are getting a basically virus alert message that this is an unsafe link when they click on the Google Doc link to take them to the ballot. How should they address it?
They should address that with their software provider that doesn't trust anything from Google.
But that's unhelpful if they're trying to get to the ballot.
And it's everybody.
Well, Justin, this has never come up before. This is, I just voted on the last race. So something is wrong with the link.
Mr. Chair, I'm able to vote on mobile.
I voted regularly on my
Point of information.
Yes, Tandy.
Point of information.
Yes, Tandy.
I just voted. There's nothing wrong with the link now. Maybe you might want to try it again, Alec.
Same. No problem.
Okay, if you are having problems though, please try it again. If you're not able to get through, please let us know.
Hey, Steven, this is Rory.
Yes.
So even when you get that warning message, there is usually a way to click through and override it. You kind of have to read the fine print, but I got the same message that everybody else was getting, but there is a way to click through to get to the actual page. You just have to ignore it.
Thank you for that helpful tip. I'm being told this is happening for folks who are running Windows Defender. If you click more and then select continue anyway, it will take you to the ballot.
Generally, that happens when a link is suddenly clicked on by a lot of people at once, which is exactly what we're doing.
Meeting with 144 people.
Right.
Lynn, you're
And
recognized.
I apologize that I've been trying to edit these as the nominations happen, and I missed it on that one. I do apologize.
Justin, you're only human. I appreciate all the work you've put into this. And I will recall who the candidates are for each race while the balloting is open so that folks know if there is another one that slips through, which choices are valid and which are not. And for this race, City Attorney for Seattle, it's Pete Holmes and Nicole Thomas Kennedy. Gail? Gail, you missed 1 second.
Yeah, I'm still not able to get in to vote.
So what happens when you click the link?
So when I click the link, it goes into this site has been reported unsafe, and then I get.
Do you see anything that says more?
I see more.
Click it.
Okay.
Does it say continue anyway?
Continue to unsafe, not recommended. Yeah.
Click it. Ignore the lies your computer is telling you.
Got it.
Thank you so much. And I do apologize for folks, obviously with everyone running different softwares and different operating systems, these issues do crop up, but we appreciate your patience. Just bring them to our attention and we'll be happy to take the time to address them. So I'm going to leave the balloting open for a little bit longer so folks can address those pop-up blocker issues.
Steven, I continued, but even once I continued, it's still saying now it's dangerous. So do I still overlook that?
Just ignore it. Each time it tells you it's dangerous, say more, continue anyway.
I did that. I did the more, I did to continue to the unsafe. And then when it gave me the ballot right across it, it still says dangerous in red.
Yeah, it just wants you to be very scared of our innocuous website because there's a bunch of people going to it all at once. That can indicate virus activity, but in this case, it just indicates a bunch of people voting all at once.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Of course. We'll keep the ballot open just a bit longer. And please be ready, candidates, for.
What about our voice votes?
I'm going to get those. I'm just calling
Okay.
what's next. We're still doing balloting, but thank you, Mary Pat. Appreciate that. Next is going to be City of Seattle Council Position 8. But Mary Pat, how do you vote?
Nicole Thomas Kennedy.
Thank you so much. Brett Nelson.
Pete Holmes.
I can hear you. How do you vote?
Pete Holmes.
Thank you. Justin, when you're ready for those voice votes, let me know. Also, if you just reached via a phone number, would you please identify yourself so we know who you are and can make sure that you are assigned to the right person and get your name on there.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to restate this workaround each time that this happens because it goes against the grain.
Yes.
To just go to a site where everybody's saying danger. So I mean, I was able to get through, but I had to push past the logic of
your computer telling you this is a bad idea. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
No, thank you.
I'm ready for the voice vote. I'm ready for the voice vote, and
All right.
I do want to make a note to. I do want to make a note to Tally that we were off, not to a point that would have changed the result in the last race, but I believe he's believing that the write-in votes are not included, whereas my calculations include those write-in votes.
So
the write-in votes were included. Your calculations did not include the no endorsement votes.
Well, the no endorsement is actually, according to these calculations, as if it was a human being. What are my voice votes?
I fixed it, Justin.
Can we get the raw votes, please? And just confirm they're the same?
In the previous race?
Yes.
In the previous race, I had 39 votes for Marvin Rossetti for 37.14%. Oh, I can see what you're saying. You said there were no endorsements, and let me see if I saw no endorsements. Okay, he is correct. So his calculation was correct, and I have to figure out why it's doing that to me. So I defer.
But thank you for confirming those vote totals. And do you need to figure that out now, or are you ready for the voice votes? For the
No, I'm ready for the voice votes. Can I get the voter first, please?
Mary Pat.
Mary Pat DeLeva. And that vote is?
Nicole Thomas Kennedy.
Okay, and Brett Nelson?
Brett Nelson.
Pete Holmes.
Pete Holmes. Yep. Just the one vote for
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Give me just a moment. I can have those finalized.
All right. I am going to ask the ballot to be closed. So the ballot going once. If you're having trouble, shout it out now. Ballot closing going twice. Ballot closing going 3 times. The ballot is closed. Justin, please close voting. Please work on to incorporate those voice votes, and we will move on to opening endorsements for City of Seattle Council Position 8. Please raise your hand to make a nomination. I recognize Hassam Gwele.
I would like to nominate Teresa Mosqueda, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations?
Mr. Chair, do you want to hear the list of the candidates, or are you just going to?
Yeah, let's hear the list. Thank you, Alec.
Okay. George Freeman, Alexander White, Jordan Elizabeth Fisher, Bobby Lindsay Miller, Brian Fahey, Jesse James, Kenneth Wilson, Paul Philippe Glumaz, Alex Zimmerman, Teresa Mosqueda, and Kate Martin.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to nominate Kate Martin.
All right, we have a nomination for Kate Martin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for Kate Martin.
Nelson, I'd like to nominate Mosquito, please.
Teresa Mosqueda has been nominated. Thank you. So we have Teresa Mosqueda and Kate Martin who are nominated. Are there any other nominations? Kate Martin, I believe, is here tonight. Kate, I'm being told that you have posted in the past that you are a Republican. Could you please comment?
Thank you. I would like to comment. I'm 63 years old and I was a Democrat until 2016. When the party started to move super left, it really, frankly, scared the hell out of me, and I went independent from 2016 to 2020. And then when it went even farther left, watching my city of Seattle, I panicked and I, for about 4 months, went to the Republican side. And then I realized the swamp is bipartisan and the extremists are just on both sides. So I came back to the tent to stake my claim where it has always been, in a centrist position for proven solutions to move our democracy forward.
So to confirm, you are stating you are a Democrat.
I am a Democrat and I have filled
That's
out.
all we need. Thank you so much. And we will get to you for a candidate statement. The endorsed candidates, or I'm sorry, not the endorsed, the nominated candidates are Teresa Mosqueda and Kate Martin. Further nominations going once. This is for City Council Position 8, City of Seattle. Nominations going twice. Are there any other nominations going 3 times? Seeing none, we will close nominations. I will turn it over to Teresa Mosqueda for a 1-minute speech.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Hisam. It's very good to see you again, old friend. And thank you to all of you in the 37th. It's wonderful to be back again. It was good to see you earlier this year. And thank you so much for your past endorsement. 4 years ago, you, along with every single legislative district in Seattle, supported me as a proud, progressive Labor Democrat, always willing to show up and be there for progressive credentials to make sure that we not only are listening to those who are most impacted by the ills currently affecting our community, from those who are our hardest workers to our smallest businesses to communities of color to members of the LGBTQ community and so many others who have been hit hardest by COVID. But I've been there to make sure that folks are at the table to craft policies so that we can address these issues and we can truly create a more progressive Seattle. I've done that with your support, passed progressive revenue like Jumpstart Seattle, passed hotel worker protections, and made sure that domestic workers have protections in their workplace, nationally acclaimed protection. I want to come back. I hope to have your support. Thanks so much, Representative Harris-Talley and Senator Saldana.
Your time has expired. I will ask everyone to mute themselves. All right. I have been asked to call on Senator Saldana to make the first 30-second speech in favor. Senator Saldana, take it away.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak for in favor of Councilmember Mosqueda. I just need to say that she has been a true champion for advancing policies that make sense for Washingtonians. At the state level, she fought to make sure that we had paid time off, that we had family medical leave, and that we had health care. And when she came to the city, she brought her ideas with her. She builds coalitions. She's a worker, and she rolls up her sleeves to make sure that we actually get policies passed and put into law.
Thank you. Your time is out. Are there any speeches against the endorsement of Teresa Mosqueda? Are there any speeches against the endorsement of Teresa Mosqueda? Are there any speeches against the endorsement of Teresa Mosqueda? Seeing none, we will turn it over to Kate Martin for a 1-minute speech.
Thank you. My name is Kate Martin. I'm a planning and design consultant and an affordable housing provider. I think we can all agree that Seattle needs better government. I appreciate Teresa Mosqueda's labor activist position, but that's actually not the legislative job at hand, and a lot of risky legislation is passing that has nothing to do with what we need to do to move our city forward. Let's be clear, things are actually getting worse. Homelessness, support for the mentally ill and addicted, public safety, and affordable housing are all crises. We're doing our part, we're paying our taxes, but why aren't things working? There's two reasons they're not working. Democracy is under attack. We voted for district level democracy and we've not realized it since 2013. We have council members that are on their own agendas, rogue, passing legislation that has nothing to do with district level democracy. Second, there's too little intellectual diversity, political diversity, and professional diversity on the council. So it's an echo chamber and they don't even know that they're failing. I'm saying I will bring debate, professional problem solving skills, and a focus on proven solutions. I ask you to please consider me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Kate Martin's endorsement. Is there a 30-second speech in favor? Is there a 30-second speech in favor? Is there a 30-second speech in favor? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We will end debate there and we will go on to the balloting. So please put the ballot into the chat, Justin, when you're able to. And then I am also receiving a message from Joanna Cullen that Crystal Liston, who is a candidate, registered and clicked join, and after clicking join meeting, no further message is produced. If there's any Zoom gurus, or Justin, if you have any ideas. Joanna, my first instinct is to have her close out and try to rejoin. If it happens again, it could be that there's a pop-up somewhere that says join Zoom meeting that Crystal might be missing. Sometimes when I click it, the link, I have to confirm that I want to open Zoom.
Yes, she does get the join Zoom meeting and then nothing happens. But I'll tell her to close out again.
Thank you, and please keep us posted. And this is for school board, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we do have some time to get into the meeting, but I appreciate you staying on top of that and being communicative.
Mr. Chair, did you see the chat from Justin? And I don't know if he's resolved the issue.
You hear that, Crystal?
Have her go to zoom.us and log
You
in.
need to close out completely.
Oh, there was one
and go
before
back
that.
to the original email and go through it again.
Is he done with the
He
pre-made
really
ballots?
apologizes.
I'm sorry, Alec, it's hard to hear you. I want to get this candidate in, but okay, Alec, what was the issue beforehand? I do not
Oh,
see
he
that.
said, Justin, you said, so I can correct my pre-made ballots, can the chair or designate list all of those motion for position number 8? Have you gotten what you needed?
He gave that to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for keeping us on top of it. I appreciate you keeping the chat because I do not always have time to see the messages that are sent to me.
And I just want to make
urge
sure
all
I'm
of
caught
you
up.
to message the person who is has your last name in there as part of the co-hosts. That person will be able to they have more bandwidth to keep their eyes on the chat. I'm sorry, Justin, I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
I just want to confirm that you want the ballot for Seattle City Council position 8.
Yes, sir. Please post it. All right, the ballot is in the chat. Please click the ballot and fill it out.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready with city attorney.
Thank you, Tom. Go right ahead.
Okay, we have a total of 118 ballots cast. Pete Holmes, 71 votes, or 60.2. Nicole Thomas Kennedy, 40 votes, or 33.9. No endorsement, 7 votes, or 5.9. Pete Holmes gets the endorsement.
Thank you. And congratulations to Pete Holmes. Pete, if you would like to make a brief comments, you may do so now.
You bet. Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Thank you, 37th. This is where it all started for me. I've been a lifelong resident, all my time in Seattle in the 37th. You are my life. And thank you so much. From the time I was a PCO here to now, I really, really am grateful for your support. Take care.
Thank you for keeping it brief. I appreciate that. All right. I want to make sure everyone is able to vote. So if you're still running into issues, please let us know. You may see a message that says, this website is scary. You shouldn't go there. click on something that says more and say, I want to go there anyways, even if it's not recommended. You may click that and it'll still say, this is a very scary website across the top. That's because we have a bunch of people clicking on the link all at once. And it thinks we're a botnet rather than a bunch of humans trying to vote in a meeting. So I apologize for any issues you may be having, but there is a way to get your ballot in. You just need to click the more options and then continue to website. And that will take you to where you're able to enter your credentials and vote. So I'm going to ask, are there any issues? Are there any issues? Hearing none, ballots will close going once. Ballots will close going twice. Ballots closing 3 times. Justin, please close balloting. And then we
Just
will.
one more second.
Oh, leave it open one more second. Who was that? Whoever that was, please unmute yourself and let us know. Justin, keep it open for.
That is actually Saldana here. My apologies, y'all.
Okay. Oh, and please keep it open because Mary Pat, I'm turning to you for a voice vote.
Abstain.
Okay.
Abstain.
I'm gonna have to reopen. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to reopen it because I can only have so many tabs open at once. So one moment, please.
Okay. Thank you, Justin. Let us know when it's reopened.
Need a ballot. I can't get a ballot.
I can voice vote.
A second. Lem, hold on. We need your patience because I asked Justin to close the ballot. So that's why you won't see anything until he's able to reopen it.
Position 8, the ballot is now reopened again. And do I need to post the ballot in the chat again?
Yes, please put in the chat again.
Perfect.
But to be clear, opening it again doesn't mean we should vote again if we've already voted, right?
Even if you do, it will invalidate your previous vote.
All right.
Mary, Crystal, the candidate, is going to try to re-register, so please keep an eye on that in the Zoom. And then when she registers, please push her the link again.
Okay.
All right, you should have the ballot in the chat. Lem, let me know when you've got it done.
Just a minute.
You got it.
I haven't gotten it yet. Can you take my vote, please?
Yes, Lem, I can do a voice vote for you.
All right. Put me down for Kate Martin.
We've got a vote for Kate Martin. Thank you, Lem. Brett Nelson, how do you vote? Brett Nelson, how do you vote? Brett, I can't hear you. You might be muted. Brett, say something when you're able.
Okay, I got star 6. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Are we voting from position 8?
We're voting for position 8, Teresa Mosqueda or Kate Martin.
Mosqueda.
Please repeat.
Mosqueda. I have trouble getting my mouth to say that.
Thank you, Brett. And then we have an abstain from Mary Pat. Mary Pat, abstentions are not the same as no endorsement. I just want to make sure you're clear on that. Which is totally fine. It just means that that vote does not go into the universe that is calculated.
Chair,
Yes.
I'm trying to get in via the internet now. If someone could let me in. Oh, they are. Thank you.
Excellent. I also see Crystal Liston, who is a candidate. That's why you might not see her on the list, but that is the candidate Joanna's been trying to get in. Joanna, it looks like it worked. All right. We are going to move on. Well, actually, first, Lem, I got your ballot, so we're good. Is there anyone else who's having issues? Tandy, go ahead. I see that someone is receiving a voting key, so we will keep it open for a little while.
Oh, no, I'm ready for position number 9.
Got it, Tandy. I will call on you when we open that up, but first I need to talk to Justin to close the ballot and then give him the voice vote. So I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Okay, I'm sorry. No problem.
Nope, not your fault.
The ballot is now reclosed.
What was that?
The ballot is now reclosed.
Thank you so much. Let me know when you're ready for voice votes.
Yes, name of voter first, please.
Brett Nelson.
Mosquito?
Teresa Mosqueda.
Yes.
That is done. Who is next?
Lem Howell.
Lem Howell. How does Lem Howell vote?
Kate Martin.
I record Kate Martin. Who is next?
That's it. Mary Pat abstained. We do not record abstentions.
Okay, one moment and I'll have this ready for your tally guy.
All right, so while we are waiting for the tally to get those results, we are going to move on and open up nominations for City of Seattle Council Position 9. Tandy Williams, I call on you.
Chair, would you like to have the list of who's on the ballot?
I would after we have endorsements, because we do have folks who are chomping at the bit to get those endorsements. I'd like to get those in and then go to you for anyone who is unfamiliar with the other candidates that have.
Can I just give the universe and then you can take whatever nominations?
Sure, Alec.
Okay. So Brianna Thomas, Lindsay McAfee, Rebecca Williamson, Nikita Oliver, Ziatan Gunther, and I need clarification on that, Sarah Nelson and Corey Eichner.
All right, Tandy, do you have an endorsement?
I've watched her grow, I've watched her work, and I know she can do a great job for the city of Seattle. I'd like to nominate Brianna Thomas.
I second.
Been moved and seconded. All right, Cindy Laws.
I happily and proudly nominate the eminently qualified Sarah Nelson.
Is there a second?
Second.
The second, moved and seconded. Thank you.
Second.
Ramla.
I have a question on behalf of Sarah Nelson. She's asking whether she can be allowed into the tally room.
That is a question for Justin.
I'm happy to let a candidate see that. It won't make any sense until we close the ballot and that they can see the votes coming in. So,
all right. So Ramla, please chat the email address that Sarah will be using to Justin so that you can get those permissions. And if other candidates would like that, please reach out to your support person who can do this. Sharon Mieta, you are recognized.
My problem has been resolved for the moment, but I was not able to vote on the last one because there was nothing in my chat, and I don't understand why that happened.
That is concerning. I'm sorry, and I don't understand why it happened either. Are you seeing the chat right now?
If I go to the chat right now, there's nothing in it.
All right, so try to keep the chat open. I just hit test. Do you see that?
Yes.
So my guess is whenever the chat is closed, it deletes all the messages until you reopen it. So I would encourage you to keep the chat open. And if you don't see the ballot next time, holler bloody murder and we will make sure we get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew Hong, you are recognized.
I'd like to motion to endorse Nikita Oliver.
So that is one that I have seen written that Nikita Oliver is not a Republican or a Democrat, but would you like to speak for no endorsement? No endorsement in this race would mean that we don't endorse anybody, but we have had candidates who do not align strictly along Democrat, Republican, seek a no endorsement from this body in the past in order to demonstrate that others do not receive support, since our bylaws and our endorsement rules prevent us from endorsing folks who are not declared Democrats.
Gotcha. I think Nikita was endorsed by the 11th District Democrats.
Different districts have different rules, and we are going to ask folks for help to rewrite ours, but we're using the rules we got, and that prevents us from endorsing candidate Oliver for that reason. but I would happily allow you to speak, or the candidate themselves to speak for 1 minute in favor of a no endorsement in this race.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I will motion to not endorse, no endorsement.
Thank you very much.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We will have debate. All right, seeing no other hands, endorsements going once, endorsements going twice, endorsements going 3 times, closing endorsements. I will turn it over for 1 minute to candidate Brianna Thomas. Again, this is for City of Seattle Council Position 9.
Hello, 37th. Good to be with you again. I stayed through the last time the whole time. I'll stay with you the whole time this time. My name is still Brianna Thomas. I'm on my second run for office because the first time I had no idea what job I was applying for. So I went and got 5 years worth of experience on the front lines, learning how council works, learning how it doesn't. And I am back here asking for your support. You have seen my face since the first $15 minimum wage. You saw me for honest elections. I've been there standing with workers, and I'm endorsed by SEIU 775, 925, the Teamsters. That's all of them. And they've got one from A to Z. Everybody knows at least one Teamster. The International Machinists, Representative Hackney, and Senator Saldana. And I have had a lot of caffeine because I am a candidate, but I really appreciate your consideration. I'd love to continue to lead every neighborhood in this city because that's what this job is about. It's about supporting everyone in Seattle and moving us toward a future that is inclusive and speaks to those who haven't been spoken to before. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll now have a 30-second speech in favor of the endorsement of Brianna Thomas. Please use the raise hand function so that I can recognize you. Rebecca is recognized.
All right, thank you so much. I will definitely, I do endorse Brianna Thomas. I've known her since I met her on the campaign trail out in SeaTac, making sure that we raise standards and working with small businesses to make sure that it worked for them as well. She is someone that, again, works hard. And when I asked her what makes her stand out, she said it's really about caring for our elders, and that it matters about how are we making a city where our elders can also live and thrive.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the nomination of Brianna Thomas. Is there a 30-second speech against? Going once, going twice, seeing none, we will end debate there and go to Sarah Nelson. Candidate Sarah Nelson, you have 1 minute.
I cede my time to Gail Johnson.
So I thought Gail was speaking in 30 seconds in favor, which would happen after this speech, but you as a candidate are certainly within your rights to do so. But if you would like to address the body for 1 minute, that will be followed by a 30-second speech, which I can then award to Gail Johnson.
That is our preference.
All right, Gail, you are up.
Okay, Sarah offers a clear contrast to the current function of city council, and we need practical leaders who will put their needs of their constituents first and be held accountable for delivering measurable results. She doesn't just talk, she actually gets things done. Sarah is owner of Fremont Brewery. They offer paid family leave and health care for their employees and their families. She did not lay off any employees during the pandemic. And as a matter of fact, they actually increased everyone's wages to make up for the lost tips. Sarah is the only one in the race who has worked in public service, advancing social justice, environmental policy, as well as practical experience, taking care of her employees, giving back to the community, and going the extra mile on sustainability and family at a family business. I encourage our endorsement of Sarah Nelson.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Sarah Nelson's candidacy. Unless, Sarah, would you like that 30-second speech yourself, or?
Yes, I would.
All right, you have 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hello, everyone. I am running for city council to bring practical experience leadership to the city. I have a lot of experience in public and private the sectors, but my top priority is economic opportunity and economic recovery, because for me, it's all about jobs. People have lost jobs, businesses are going under, and we need someone who cares. And that's why I'm endorsed by the ironworkers, Seattle Building and Construction Trade Council, the firefighters, the pipe fitters and plumbers. And I will do a good job for the city. I know the city, and I ask for your support.
Expired. Thank you. So I will now open the floor for the 30-second speech against the endorsement of Sarah Nelson. That's a 30-second speech against. Going once, going twice, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Anna Marie, you got your hand up. Anna Marie, would you like to speak against for 30 seconds? Anna Marie, I cannot hear you. Anna Marie, are you there? Anna Marie, if you're able to use the chat, we cannot hear you. Your mic isn't working. I'm sorry to hear that. Would you like to? I want to recognize folks who have their time allotted, but I don't know how to work around that. I apologize in advance. But if you are able to leave the meeting and try coming back in, we could try that. So please, when Anna Marie gets back, immediately let her back in, and we will see if that fixes the issue. I don't see any other hands. Are there any other hands to speak against? Are there any other, would anyone, there are no other hands that I see.
Chair?
Yes.
I can't raise my hand, I don't think, because I'm a co-host, but could I speak briefly?
You may.
All right, I just want to say that I'm disappointed that I don't see a questionnaire that's been filled out by Sarah Nelson's campaign, and I do encourage all candidates to fill that out in the future so that we have detailed policy answers as opposed to just the 30 seconds or 1 minute that we have during these meetings. Thank you.
May I speak?
There is now a 30-second speech in favor. I will turn it over to Cindy, but I will just say that as far as my knowledge is, Sarah Nelson did submit a questionnaire to King County Democrats. However, our website does not show it because some candidates preferred that we place contact information instead. That may have been, well, I don't have the website open in front of me to see if there's contact information there to request the questionnaire, but given that that was more of a question than a speech against, did we get Anna Marie back in the meeting?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you. So I'm going to ask for 30 seconds back on the clock. Anna Marie, you have 30 seconds to speak against, and then we will go for a 30-second speech in favor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to make this real short and sweet, and that is that Sarah's not the most progressive candidate in the race. Liberal, sure, but when it comes to the progressive ideals that this district embodies, I don't see it in her as a candidate.
Thank you for those comments. We'll now open it up the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. Cindy Laws, you are recognized to speak for 30 seconds in favor.
Thank you. So let's talk about those progressive ideals. If you're talking about environmental stuff, Sarah Nelson's been endorsed by the environmental groups. If you're talking about labor, we're talking about Sarah Nelson being endorsed by labor organizations, particularly the building trades, firefighters, on and on and on. If you're talking about women's rights, Sarah Nelson was there over and over and over again. And at a time when it wasn't popular to be pro-pot, Sarah Nelson was there from the city council as a staffer for a decade, fighting for pragmatic laws on pot.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech against. Is there a 30-second speech against? Going once, going twice, close, no speech against, that ends debate. We will now open the floor for a 1-minute speech in favor of no endorsement. Is candidate Oliver here tonight? If not, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, who made the endorsement.
Hi, all. My name is Andrew Hong. I'm a lifelong resident of the 37th Legislative District, and I am advocating that we choose no endorsement for position 9 because there's a great candidate, Nikita Oliver, who is running for position 9. They have been on the ground this past year fighting with protesters for racial justice, police justice and fighting for our houseless folks during these tough times in pandemic to make sure that folks are being cared for through mutual aid, through organizing, and through organizing specifically with youth. And I'm a part of a youth group, Emerald Youth Organizing Collective, and we rallied to make sure that student voices were heard in laws that were regarding truancy in the state legislature. In Nikita, time and time again, whether it be Rainier Beach students fighting for orchid cards, and our group this year fighting for reform around truancy in the state legislature, Nikita's always been with us. So I vote no endorsement.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of no endorsement. Andrew Ashiofu, you are recognized. You are also muted.
Sorry, my hands are raised for
That was, I'm sorry, that
Tandy, one second.
kind of information?
1 second, let me see what Andrew's hand was raised about, and then I will get to you.
Against.
You want to speak against, thank you. Tandy,
Yes.
please, what's your point of information?
That was it. He spoke for, and I thought it was against. The next one was going to be against, because I wanted to speak against.
So remember the way it works is you have a 1-minute speech for the candidate, or in this case, the position, no endorsement. That's followed by a 30-second.
Gotcha.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
So is there a 30-second speech in favor of no endorsement? Going once. Adam Hutchinson, you are recognized.
All right, great, thank you. I just want to kind of point out for the record, Nikita Oliver is running on a platform of housing for all, racial justice, environmental justice, divesting from legacy policing systems back into the community. These are values that we all share as Democrats. And so I think in this endorsement process, we should really be focusing on which candidate best reflects our values. So I would recommend everyone vote no endorsement on this and kind of clarify that we support Nikita Oliver in this race. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor to Andrew, who had his hand raised first. Sorry, Tandy. Andrew, you have 30 seconds to speak against no endorsement.
It's really, our democracy is that it's a thin line. We have a platform as a Democratic Party. We have someone that is on our platform. We can't send someone there that is not in our party and then we lose on the grassroots. This is how we've marginalized minorities in the Democratic Party all the time, by not listening to them. And enough is enough about this. We have who we need in our own party.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for a 30-second speech in favor of a no endorsement. Is there a 30-second speech in favor? There's a 30-second speech in favor. Going once, going twice. We'll end. Oh, Nancy, you got your hand in under the wire. What's up, Nancy? You're muted.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
There's a fallacy there that is somebody has to check the mark or wear the proper B needs to be included in our ballot. And no one has worked harder for democratic values in the city of Seattle than Nikita Oliver. So we really have to get beyond this kind of very provincial attitude that if somebody hasn't checked a box, we're not going to look at their platform. And as I said, Nikita Oliver is just a really, really hard worker for our values. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We will now have one final 30-second speech against. Tandy, you are recognized for 30 seconds against. Tandy Williams, you are muted.
I came to the Democratic Party because I had Democratic values and I wanted to vote for Democrats. And the reason we come here for endorsements is to endorse Democrats. And that's why I'm standing behind Brianna, because Brianna also has my Democratic values, and she's worked really hard for the Democratic Party, and I should stand up for her because she is a Democrat and she is a proud Democrat and she does not mind. So why are we doing a no endorsement when we have someone in our party who is proud to say she's a proud Democrat? So no endorsement should not even be on the table.
Thank you, Tandy. Thank you, Tandy. All right, that ends debate. Michael Wolf, is this a question or did you want to speak on this measure? Hands is down. All right. So with that, Justin, please post the ballot into the chat. And then Tom, when you're ready, please give us the results from council position 8.
Okay. We have a total of 122 ballots cast. Teresa Masquada, 97 ballots for 79.5% of the vote. Kate with 12 votes or 9.8% of the vote. And no endorsement, 13 votes or 10.66 percent. So Teresa Masquada receives the endorsement.
Congratulations, Councilmember Mosqueda, on your endorsement. Would you like to address, well, Justin, please put the ballot in the chat when you are able to. The ballot is in the chat. Is Councilmember Mosqueda still around?
So much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much, 37th. I really appreciate your vote of support. And I also think that your endorsement tonight means that you're showing that when we support workers and working families and small businesses and members of the LGBTQ community, and when we stand up for those like immigrants and refugees and members of our communities of color, especially now in the wake of COVID, this is an important issue. This is not fringe issues. This is how we create a more equitable economy as we recover from COVID. So I'm proud to have your support. And I won't let you down. I'll keep fighting hard to make sure that we create a more progressive and equitable economy in the long run. So thanks so much for all your work and thanks for all you do for democracy.
Thank you, Councilmember, and congratulations. We are going to, so please look to the chat for the ballot for Council Position 9. That is for Brianna Thomas, Sarah Nelson, or no endorsement. That's Council Position 9. If you're having difficulties, please let me know. And now I'm going to go to voice votes. Mary Pat, how do you vote for position 9? Mary Pat DeLeva, are you there?
Didn't she say she was able to log in?
Well, I do see a Mary Pat in. So Mary Pat, I'm going to, oh, you're online now. Excellent. So I will stop going to you for voice votes. Brett Nelson.
Brianna Thomas, please.
Thank you, Brett. I have your vote for Brianna Thomas. Lem Howell. Lem, are you there? Lem Howell. Lem, you're muted. Lem, you may need to unmute yourself. I cannot see you or hear you.
I'm able to vote. I did vote.
I'm sorry, was that Lem?
Yes, I voted already.
You were able to get it working. Thank you, Lem.
Right.
Laura Van Tosh, I have an answer for you. It does say it's an unsafe site. Please ignore it. If you click, after you click the ballot and it says this is an unsafe site, there should be a button that says more. Please click it and then please click continue to website anyway. It will say that's not recommended. Ignore it. There's nothing wrong with the site other than there's 150 people all trying to access it at once. And so the internet says, that's scary, don't do that. So Laura, you are good and voted. Thank you so much. So in that case, Justin, do you need to close the ballots to do the voice votes? Can't hear you, Justin.
I have two mute buttons to hit. It is only helpful for you to give them to me once we have closed the balloting. Yes.
Perfect.
Otherwise, otherwise somebody else could overwrite their vote.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to keep it open for a few more seconds. Let us know if you're having trouble voting. I'm going to ask Justin to close the balloting going once, close balloting going twice, close balloting going 3 times. Justin, please close the balloting. And please let me know when and let me know when you're ready for a voice vote.
Let me move a tab aside here. One moment. Okay. And just to confirm, these are voice votes for position 9, Seattle City Council.
Correct.
The name of the voter, please.
Brett Nelson.
Yeah.
Nelson. How does Brett Nelson vote?
Brianna Thomas.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brett. We got you.
Brianna K. Thomas has been recorded. Who is my next voter?
There's no other voters for voice votes. Everyone else was able to get it to work.
Okay, one moment while I put the calculations in.
I will let you put the calculations in, and now I'm going to open the floor for endorsements for Seattle Mayor. Annie, you are recognized.
I'm moving to endorse Colleen Echohawk for Seattle Mayor.
Is there a second? And for a second, thank you. If there's a second, I'm asking for a second. Please feel free to just unmute yourself and say second. That's all we need. Appreciate it. Tammy Morales, Councilmember Morales, you are recognized.
Thank you. I enthusiastically nominate Lorena Gonzalez for mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
Andrew Ashiofu, you are recognized.
I would like to nominate Andrew Grant Houston for the position of Seattle Mayor.
Second.
There's someone who's not muted, but we have Andrew Grant Houston. I'm going to mute everybody. Sorry about that. Tandy Williams, I'm going to ask you to unmute and make your nomination.
Yes, Bruce Arrow.
Second.
Second.
Got it. Moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations for Seattle Mayor? Are there any?
I have a nomination.
Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Lance Randall.
Thank you, Ruby. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations for mayor? Joanna Cullen.
I nominate Jessen Farrell.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any other nominations for mayor? Are there any other nominations for mayor? Are there any other nominations for Seattle Mayor? Going once, going twice. Closing nominations. Alec, I apologize. I did not call on you for that. I hope that as the most visible race, most folks know who's running, but I apologize. I should have called on you first. Justin, you still have your hand raised? You're also still muted.
If you could, at this time, very slowly read off who has been nominated.
Yes. Colleen Echohawk.
Thank you.
Lorena Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Andrew Grant Houston.
Thank you.
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you.
Lance Randall.
Thank you.
Jessen Farrell.
Thank you.
And no endorsement is always a valid option.
And so we did not have anything for Omari or Garrett or for Don Rivers, correct?
Correct.
I show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candidates nominated plus no endorsement.
That is correct.
All right. It'll take me a moment to, now that we've narrowed that down, for me to load that into the ballot, so I won't be launching it in the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to. We've got speeches to get to. So
thank you.
Open the floor to Colleen Echohawk to speak for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Colleen Echohawk. I'm a daughter of the Pawnee Nation, and it'll be an honor for me to receive your endorsement. As executive director of the Chief Seattle Club, I have opposed sweeps in our homeless community, and I am not supporting the Compassion Seattle initiative. Why? Because I will always stand with our communities who have been most marginalized and pushed away from the decision-making tables. We must follow the leadership of the community who has been impacted by the most by unjust and racist systems. My campaign has a concrete 22-point plan to address the humanitarian crisis. I invite you to check out our website. As a community police commissioner, I stood with community groups like El Centro de la Raza and ACLU to not support the 2018 Seattle police officers contract. The mayor and city council voted for the contract, and the contract has pushed us out of compliance with the consent decree, and we all saw the results this summer. We have to have new leadership to negotiate the next contract, new leadership that knows how to make those difficult decisions and put people first, not a political agenda. I'm stepping up now to bring a new generation of leadership, Indigenous leadership that's steeped in racial equity and social justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. Annie, I call on you.
Colleen is the only candidate with a proven track record in homelessness and has developed almost 500 units of affordable housing. Chief Seattle Club's Eagle Village Shelter targets chronically homeless Native Americans, and since opening in 2019, not a single person has relapsed back into homelessness. Homelessness and police brutality has only gotten worse over the last 10 years during Bruce Harrell and Lorena Gonzalez's tenure. Colleen is a true progressive leader who can bring much needed change for our city.
All right, thank you so much. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the endorsement of Colleen Echohawk. Is there a 30-second speech against? Going once, going twice. That will end debate, and we will move to our next candidate, Lorena Gonzalez. For 1 minute, please, on the clock. We see you.
Okay, got it. Good evening, and thank you for having me, 37th District Democrats. I'm Lorena Gonzalez, and I am ready to be your mayor. I want to thank the members of the 37th for showing up tonight and being engaged. You know, just a few weeks ago, my family suffered the tragic loss of my mother-in-law and our housing, all as a result of an unfortunate fire. That moment has shown me so much. The outpouring of love and support by this community showed me the true spirit of Seattle. We show up for each other and we lead with our unwavering spirit to fight for a better tomorrow, even in the darkest of moments. For years, I have worked hard to achieve justice, equity, and fairness for our community, to lift up those that need us the most. And I'm ready to build on my 6-year record of passing progressive laws and progressive revenue that benefit us, the people. I've shown up consistently to do the hard work with and for community, and I'll continue to lead with labor allies, Senator Saldana, Representative Harris-Talley, Congresswoman Jayapal, Councilmembers Mosqueda and Morales, and you to fight for the dignity of our essential workers and our families as we come out of COVID. I ask for your support.
Thank you. Your time is up. All right, I will now turn it over to, I will recognize Councilmember Tammy Morales for a 30-second speech in favor.
Good evening, everyone. Neighbors, I want to urge you to support Lorena Gonzalez for mayor. She has shown up here in the South End, even when she wasn't running, to discuss safety in Rainier Beach, to hear from our young people, and to hear from small business about what they need for recovery. She's progressive, she is fierce, and she's committed to racial equity. And most importantly, in my mind, she knows how to get things done with council, which means we'll have a true partner in the executive branch, someone who'll work with us, not against us, to address our greatest challenges and serve you in South Seattle. And I urge you to endorse her tonight.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech, if any, against the endorsement of Lorena Gonzalez. Tom Schmidt, you are recognized.
Hi, as someone who works with small businesses all over the city, and I'm involved with several small business groups, I am really disappointed by the entire group of people at City Hall, because so many people have told us that the city council never reached out over the last 15 months to see how they were doing. I find it a problem to put someone in charge who is part of the problem. Thank you.
All right, we'll open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. I believe Rebecca Saldana is set to deliver the 30-second speech in favor. Senator Saldana.
I like Tammy, I think, is going to lead.
I'm sorry, who was
Oh,
that?
no, yes, sorry, I'm ready.
You're on.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I am speaking in favor of Councilwoman Gonzalez to be our next mayor. I have seen the work that she's done behind the scenes before she was elected, how she championed and made sure that she was centering people that have been furthest from opportunity, whether that's people suffering from mental health issues, from homelessness issues, and that she is ready to work across and with the government and the state to be able to get real money and dollars and policies passed.
Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against.
Brett Nelson.
Brett, you are recognized to speak for 30 seconds.
Yeah. Reactionary has been basically Morales has, well, she has changed for the better, but she was fighting against the mayor, one of the best mayors he's ever had, and so I want to go for another candidate that has a track record of working with and only being worked against a gang that would have to not take into account the progress that was being made. And
thank you, Brett. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for the final 30-second speech in favor. Is Representative Kirsten Harris-Talley with us tonight? If not, is Roxana Gomez with us tonight?
I'm here.
Hi. You're recognized for 30 seconds.
Oh, Representative Harris-Talley, please go ahead.
Oh, Kirsten, you're recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I am proud to endorse Lorena Gonzalez for mayor. I had the pleasure of working beside her in 2017 and saw how she continued the work for progressive revenue. I was also very much in favor of what she and the city council did last year to protect community funds after the mayor's veto. Seeing that someone in the role she's had as council president and understanding how she will respond as an executive in the work that she's done is a unique place to be. So I encourage your support.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We'll now open the floor for a final 30-second speech against the endorsement of Lorena Gonzalez for Seattle mayor, if any. Is there a speech against going once? Is there a speech against going twice? Is there a speech against going 3 times? We will end debate on this nomination and open the floor for Andrew Grant Houston for a 1-minute speech.
Thank you, Chair. And it is Houston like the city.
Sorry about that.
I just want to say hello to everyone in the 37th and ask for your support for my campaign for mayor. I am running, and it feels fitting to be celebrating both Pride Month as well as Loving Day as someone who would not exist now without those laws being passed, without those protections, as a queer mixed race individual who moved to Seattle because I felt and understood that this was a progressive place where we supported everyone in our community. However, I'm running now because we have had too many empty promises made by career politicians and lawyers who have not delivered for community when they said it. And it is imperative to me that in light of a climate crisis that we act swiftly and we lift up community. That is why I've been endorsed by groups like the Washington Stonewall Democrats, as well as Run for Something, and have raised more democracy vouchers than any other candidate in the race. I ask for your endorsement today, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor to Andrew Ashiofu for a 30-second speech in favor of Andrew Grant Houston.
One thing we always hear is experience, but experience doesn't always have to be running. Experience is always living. And Andrew Grant Houston has walked in the shoes of the oppressed. Andrew Grant Houston has walked in the shoes of the future of what we need. He has practical, reasonable solutions to what we face now. He's worked with the city council as a staff. He's an architect that could deal with homelessness, and he's passionate about the future of the city.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the nomination of Andrew Grant Houston. Justin, you're recognized for 30 seconds.
I am very impressed by many of the things that Andrew Grant Houston stands for, but I am concerned that with so many communities that are impacted by the decisions we make, that a candidate have a very full view of the many communities, some of them going back, especially our Black communities who have been here since the 19th century. And having been in this community 5 or 6 years and having only really kind of dipped his toe into our community, I would really appreciate him learning more about the community and talking to more of the stakeholders, and especially those people who work so hard.
Justin, your time has expired. Thank you very much. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of endorsing Andrew Grant Houston. Is there a speech in favor?
Yes, there is. Sorry, I still don't have the raised hand option.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Emily. You had asked previously, so I will recognize you to speak in favor.
Thank you. Andrew knows that achieving things like reaching our climate goals and getting all of our neighbors housed are not pie in the sky ideals, but are necessities that are achievable under the right leadership. We need things like low-income housing built as quickly as possible with high environmental standards. Andrew has a detailed plan for that because he understands the urgency of addressing the homelessness crisis, stemming displacement, and creating a healthier environment. That's just one example of many bold ideas that Andrew has for tackling our city's biggest challenges. He has the vision and policy experience needed to see it through. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor for a speech against. Tandy, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure the young man is very well talented, but I'm leery of his knowledge of the community and the city. I've been here 60 years, and I know what this city has lived, bred, and died for, and especially my Black community. And I know what I'm trying to keep in this community. And if you don't know it, you can't live for it, and you can't live and die for it. And I need somebody who knows that.
Time has expired. Thank you. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. Andrew, you had your Andrew Hong. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I think one thing that our community, especially BIPOC communities, have made clear this past year through protests, especially young folks, is that we need to be divesting from harmful systems of policing. And Andrew Grant Houston has been the most consistent voice in this race for divesting from harmful systems of policing and reinvesting in community programs, youth programs, housing, a Green New Deal, and public health for all. And so I think we need that consistent voice throughout our history of mayors who have been,
Andrew, your time has expired. Thank you. I'll now open the floor for a final 30-second speech against, if any. Is there a 30-second speech against? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Annie Juan Clark, you are recognized for 30-second speech against.
I think in the city, we're really disenchanted with career politicians, and integrity is really the most important thing that we need for a mayor. The Andrew Grant Houston has done some very questionable tactics when raising democracy vouchers. So I guess I would just question his honesty in wanting to lead our city. Thank you.
All right, that concludes debate. We will now move to the next candidate. Bruce Harrell, you are recognized for 1 minute. Can we please get 1 minute on the clock? Thank you very much. Bruce?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Take it away.
Thank you. So first of all, you have endorsed me 37th in 3 elections, and that's because I think you see me as one of your own. I was the kid out there in Rainier Playfield. I was that kid, raised by good policies. I will tell you, the stakes are incredibly high. And I think that's why the voters are going to be very discerning on who they want. And I think they want authenticity. My public safety plan, as a person who has cross-examined police officers, quite candidly caught them in lies. Our police reform plan will be strong, but also we want effective police times. We want an effective department. Therein lies the balance we will have in public safety. I lead with jobs, 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 because in our community, we have to have job creation. And healthcare for all is probably the most progressive platform of all the candidates that I will introduce. And last, our homelessness plan. At a click of a button, you will see real accountability. So 37th, once again, I ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Bruce Harrell.
Nelson, like you.
Brett, you're beaten to the punch by Alex Stevens by just a second. So I'm going to go to Alec, but if there is a need for a second speech, I will call on you. Alec, please go
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, thank you. And it is my honor to support my friend Bruce Harrell, who I've known for many years, but I've known him both before he was on the council and watched him after he was on the council and during the council as somebody fighting for justice in all those areas. I think it was very important, his leadership as the president of the city council, and he was the person who brought cameras, body cameras to the force. So
Thank you. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech, if any, against. Ruby, I saw your hand raised, but it went down. So Idabelle Fossey, you're recognized for 30 seconds against the nomination of Bruce Harrell for Seattle Mayor.
Did you say Ruby first?
Well, Ruby, did you want to speak against?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay, sorry, Ruby. It went down so fast. I thought you were meant to do something else. So, Ruby, you are recognized. Idabelle, if there's need for a second one, we will go to you.
As the head of the city council, Bruce Harrell passed the MHA, which is forcing Asians, Hispanics, Blacks, the elderly, and middle class out of their homes in the CD, South End, Chinatown, and other communities of color in Seattle. When they attempt to create density on their own land, they get hit with huge MHA fees. Other communities do not share this discriminatory burden, which strips people of color from our families' wealth.
Thank you very much. Brett Nelson, you are recognized for a 30-second speech in favor.
Yeah, I want to give my time to Bruce Harrell because if he's had some errors, he's had errors, but I just can't talk about how many things he's done that are right. Bruce Harrell, can you have the rest of the time?
Bruce, you have the rest of the time.
Yes, I'll just say, Ruby, thank you for your comments. MHA was part of 65 recommendations that came from the faith community, the affordable housing community. We will closely monitor whether it has that adverse effect, but you have to remember that was part of the HOLLA recommendations, which we fought against gentrification and make sure that we are preserving homes for people of color and people are being forced out. I will continue to make that fight, and the MHA will continue to be monitored, but thank you for your comment.
Thank you. The time has expired. Idabelle Fossey, you are recognized for 30 seconds against the nomination.
I've seen Bruce Harrell in different city council meetings where he has not spoken up for women of color who were being threatened with sexual violence by a member of the public. And I don't believe that he is the leader that we need right now. His time is over. He stands next to sexual predators, and he is not the one for us.
I will now open the floor for a final 30-second speech in favor of the nomination of Bruce Harrell. Speech in favor.
Come on.
Cindy Laws, you are recognized.
So I think it's important to remember some history here. Bruce, as you mentioned, he grew up here. He is from the community. He's one of the only candidates running who was born here. His mom is Japanese American and was interned during the World War II. His grandfather came here from Jim Crow South. He knows and has lived these experiences, and it's so important to have somebody did that. He's the guy that went after the cops with John T. Williams, Indian Carver. And I think it's important to remember what he has done.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the nomination. Devin Glazer, I'd seen your hand earlier. Devin, please feel free to take your 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak against. I've had some chance to work with Bruce Harrell when he was on the council, and he's shown us who he is. We actually met with him trying to talk about digital equity and municipal broadband, and he told us, why don't kids just use their cell phones? Well, we're now a year into the pandemic, and we're going through 3 or 4 hours of tech support here because we don't have an actual equitable access to the internet. And he's fought it tooth and nail. So he definitely shouldn't be given the chance to go back.
Thank you. That ends debate on the nomination for Bruce Harrell. I will now open the floor for a 1-minute speech in favor, for candidate Lance Randall. Lance, you have 1 minute. Lance Randall does not appear to be in the meeting. Is there someone who from the campaign or a representative who would like to speak for 1 minute in favor of Lance Randall's nomination? Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of Lance Randall's nomination? Ruby,
I would.
you are recognized.
Lance Randall, who lives in Southeast Seattle and is a member of 37 District Democrats, recruited and retained businesses in the community for 5 years, helped business associations in Southeast Seattle get Only in Seattle grant funding, has charter president for a Southeast Seattle Rotary Club and board president for Southeast Youth and Family Services. He's done so much more than this in the community. He is a thoughtful leader who won't make knee-jerk decisions for our city.
You have 30 seconds if you would like to continue, or we can save that time for someone else who would like to speak.
Well, I'd just like to say that I watched him in another format on homelessness in the city, and he was the only candidate, matter of fact, that had a plan for dealing with the drug addicted and the mental health that's in the homeless situation. So, I think that he is really a very sincere person. He's a very methodical, thoughtful person, and I think he'd be the best mayor of all of these candidates.
Thank you, Ruby. Your time has expired. I'll open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Lance Randall's nomination. Is there a 30-second speech in favor? 30-second speech in favor going once. Bob Rosenberger, you are recognized for a 30-second speech.
What we need in Southeast Seattle is jobs. And Lance Randall has worked on that, not only with the city, but also in his position with Southeast Effective Development, which as an organization provided hundreds of affordable units of living, has supported small businesses. And so he's got the experience to solve the problems that we have.
Thank you so much. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the nomination of Lance Randall for Seattle Mayor, if any. Is there a speech against? Is there a speech against? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I'm cutting off debate, and we will open the floor for a 1-minute speech from Jessen Farrell. Jessen Farrell, is there a candidate, representative from the candidate? Is there anyone who would like to speak for 1 minute in favor of Joanna Colin? You are recognized for 1 minute.
So I put her name into endorsement because I think that I haven't really made up my mind who I like in this race. Many of the candidates seem interesting, but she seems like one of the candidates that should be seriously considered. I felt that she really understands progressive taxation and would be very supportive of it, and has a world of experience on the different levels of taxation from the city and the state. And I also, from statements I've read by her and things I've heard from her, feel that she has an understanding of the complexity of the housing issues, and that she won't just think that there's one simple solution, and like, for instance, oh, we're just upzone everything, because there already are a lot of empty units in Seattle, and we can't build our way out of.
Thank you, Joanna. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Jessen Farrell's nomination. Is there a 30-second speech in favor? Is there a 30-second speech in favor? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. That will end debate, and we will move on to the ballot. So Justin, when you're ready, please place the ballot in the chat. And in the meantime, we will go to our tally committee for the results from council position 9.
Okay. We have a total number of 125 votes cast. Brianna Thomas, 71 votes, or 56.8%. Sarah Nelson with 27 votes, or 21.6%. And no endorsement, 27 votes, or 21.6%. So no one has carried the endorsement.
Thank you. We will have a second ballot and a further round of debate. But first, we are going to finish voting on Seattle City Mayor. So the ballot is in the chat. Please fill it out.
So I don't know how to do this. This is Dawn. All it says is invite and mute me in chat.
Let's put the ballot one more time. You may have just opened it, and if that's the case, then it'll populate when we put it again. So if we could please
I'm
get
in chat.
Chair, point of privilege here.
Yeah.
She's looking at the bottom of the participants window. She's not looking at chat.
Well, it says chat. It says CHAT chat.
So is there anything in the chat?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of talking. Oh, well, it says ballot. Oh, wait. Down here it says ballot. And then I'm supposed to click on that?
Please click it.
Oh, I got it now. Oh, and then it says Seattle City Mayor. And then it wants me to type my name.
Yep. Fill all that in. Use the voting key that you were emailed and make your selection.
I wasn't emailed anything, so I don't know.
If you
never got, Pat Cleary told me what my voting key was because no one ever sent me anything. So finally, Jean Legault finally sent me a link to get in. Y'all don't put on this.
So yeah, I sent you an email with that link.
No, you did not.
I mean, sorry, not the link, the voting key.
I never.
Mr. Chair.
Well, did you just send it? Like
about 40 minutes ago.
Okay. Hold up. Two people can't talk. Hold on. Give me a break. Hold on. Because I'm registered. This is your issue, so you can give me a break. Hold on.
Yeah, it was sent at 8:45 exactly.
Yeah, and the meeting started at 7. So just wait. So if I waited an hour 45 minutes, you can. Let me see. I wrote it down. It started with
Dawn.
What?
This
I'm
is
not
Alec.
happy.
So one of the things we can wait a minute, Dawn. One of the things we can do.
One
There's
second.
two people talking.
Alec, please continue.
Dawn, what we'll do is the chair will take yours as a voice vote, so your vote will be counted.
Oh, thank you so much.
Happy to do it.
Oh, y'all are so sweet for this old lady.
Dawn?
Yeah. I'm ready. Oh, you want me to say who I'm voting for?
Yes, please.
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Brett Nelson, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you. There are no other voice votes to my knowledge. I'm going to give folks a few more seconds, and then we're going to close balloting on Seattle Mayor. And then we will go back to debating Council Position 9. So ballots going once, ballots for Seattle Mayor going twice, ballots for Seattle Mayor going 3 times. Justin, please close balloting. And please let me know when you're ready for voice votes.
Hello, Chair. This is Justin. And I am getting myself lined up. Please start with the voter.
The voter is Brett Nelson.
Bruce Harrell.
And voting for Bruce Harrell.
And let me know when you're ready for the second voter.
I'm ready.
Dawn Mason.
What am I supposed to be? What am I voting on?
Nothing right now,
And
Dawn.
that was for
Just
Bruce
recording
Harrell.
your voice vote.
I just did a voice.
You did, Dawn. You did. You're good. You're good. You don't need to do anything, but because it's a voice vote, I have to give it to Justin so that it's tallied. So I'm telling Justin that you voted for Bruce Harrell.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have two voice votes thus far. Is there a third?
There is no third voice vote. Alec?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is really important. Lem Howell's vote did not count. There's nobody's name there.
Lem Howell?
Yes.
Well, I'm asking, Lem Howell, are you there? Lem, we need to hear from you.
He might have taken a nap. He's somewhere. Lem's always somewhere. There's never a district meeting without Lem.
Lem, you might be muted. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
He's muted.
Lem, are you there?
I voted.
How did you vote? I want to be sure it's counted. Tom is not seeing a vote from you in the ballot, Lem, so I'm hoping we can do a voice vote and then we can move on.
His name is listed, but there's no candidate in the candidate box.
Ouch. Sarah, did those numbers include the voice votes?
Ah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Nope. Happy to answer it. Want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Lem, come back.
I vote for Bruce Harrell.
Thank you so much. Justin, I have one more voice vote for you.
I have recorded that vote.
Thank you so much. Kirsten Harris-Talley, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. My ballot did not process. I don't know if it's because my key went in wrong. Is it okay if this round I do a voice vote?
Tom, can you confirm if you have a vote from Kirsten or not? Kirsten, sorry.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me look through the list real quick.
Sure. But Kirsten, if you would like to make your voice vote, I think I have a good guess who it's going to be, but please go ahead and make your voice vote.
Thank you. I would like to vote for Lorena Gonzalez, please.
Thank you. So Justin, wait for Tom to confirm, and then we'll add that one if necessary.
Sorry. So Ms.
Mr. Chair.
Harris-Talley said she doesn't believe her vote went in, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
1 second, Mary, let's get this resolved first, and then I'd be happy to
Of course.
answer any questions.
I'll let Tom speak, but I also do not see a vote for Kirsten Harris-Talley.
Yeah, I don't see one either.
All right, then let's please put a vote for Lorena Gonzalez.
I'm getting that keyed in now, and I'm going to make sure that it shows the tally. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We're talking mayor's race, correct?
Correct. Mary, go ahead.
Sharon Maida has lost her connection and she can't get back in. And she wanted to know if she can vote through me.
No. We don't allow proxies. She would, well.
She actually is in the waiting room, I think. Is she in now?
I don't see
four
anyone.
Sharon Maidas. Oh dear. Okay.
She's in the meeting though. I mean, she's
Yeah,
listed
right?
as being a participant.
That might be a remnant if she did disconnect. But Mary, please convey to Sharon.
Hey, this is Sharon. Can you hear me? I cannot get to the chat in order to vote.
Okay. Do you see?
Well, can you just take my vote now verbally?
I can, but I would love to walk you through the simple steps just to be sure that we can. So
I get disconnected every time I vote and have to try to go back in. And at this time, I'm not getting back in.
Well, you let you back in though. I mean, I don't.
Sharon, you're here, so I don't know what you mean by back in. Are you on your phone? Is that what's happening?
No, the screen will not allow me to get to the chat or anything else.
So when you move your mouse, nothing appears.
No, I don't see any of you. I don't see anything. I can hear you well.
Well, that's good. All right. Because you were able to get the attention of Mary, we will let one more vote. But if you're having problems, please bring them up, even if you have to unmute yourself and scream bloody murder.
Well, the problem is I can't get to the unmute or anything. I can't get to any of those functions. I'm not on the screen.
How did you unmute yourself now?
Because a mute and unmute thing just popped up in a little box that I've never seen before.
Try.
Stephen, I'm sorry. This is
Okay,
Justin.
now
Please
it
leave me alone
says the
for 1
co-host has
second.
asked me to start the video.
Please just vote, please.
Yeah, just let me vote. Lorena Gonzalez.
Thank you. Justin, I have one more voice vote.
Okay, and Sharon, I can tell you that what's happened is you've got so many windows open that you just have to go to the bottom of your screen and reselect the Zoom icon. You are still logged into Zoom. It's just that you've overlaid it to Google. And once you go to the bottom and click the Zoom icon again, we will come back to you.
Thank you.
There is no Zoom icon.
In the interest of time, we're just going to do a voice vote for Sharon moving forward. Justin, I do have a voice vote for you, so let me know when you're ready to enter it.
One moment, it auto-filled another Sharon. One moment. And that vote would be for?
Lorena Gonzalez from Sharon Maeda.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I am now going to go to, so if I could please have 30 seconds on the clock. I'm going to open the floor back open for council position 9. So brief overview. Because we did not reach 60% threshold, we have one more round of debate. If there is no one that reaches 60% on this one, a dual endorsement is within our rules and can be motioned. So, but first we have a second round of debate. So that would be starting with Brianna Thomas. Again, the Brianna Thomas and no endorsement.
They kill me.
If you would like to speak for 30 seconds in favor of Brianna Thomas, please raise your hand. Michael Wolf, you are recognized for, can you please get 30 seconds on the clock?
They fucking kill me.
Thank you very much. Thomas, or I'm sorry, Michael Wolf, you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Brianna is the proven progressive, pragmatic candidate in this race. She has the lived experience of growing up mixed race in rural Georgia. She's a proven coalition builder who is out in the community to get our nation's first $15 minimum wage and has built community inside City Hall, bringing together all stakeholders. And I know this is true because I have been one of those stakeholders in my professional life. Brianna Thomas is one of the great organizers and can bring elected officials together to pass pragmatic democratic policy.
Time is up. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to mute everybody as well. Please, when you're not speaking, keep yourself on mute. I'm going to open the floor for a 30-second speech against Brianna Thomas. If you would like to speak against the nomination of Brianna Thomas, please raise your hand. Tandy Williams, I don't think you want to speak against. Ida Bell Fossey, you are recognized for a 30-second speech against.
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to speak for her, not against.
Very sorry. Okay, so is there a speech against? If not, we will end debate there and move on to the next candidate. Are there any speeches against Brianna Thomas's endorsement? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We'll close debate on this endorsement and move to Sarah Nelson. I am now opening the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Sarah Nelson. Cindy Laws, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Sarah Nelson is a person who has deep experience, long roots in Seattle, has been endorsed by labor, by women's groups, by environmental groups. She is a liberal, and she really needs someone with this kind of very pragmatic experience. She ran a business, very successful, and was able to keep giving money away to people in the homeless community, giving them food and other supplies that were necessary. That compassion is what we need and experience. Sarah Nelson.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against Sarah Nelson's endorsement. Devin Glazer, you're recognized for 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, just to be brief, we see this every election cycle. There's a conservative candidate who tries to like hide her values behind liberalism and et cetera, but she opposes new taxes and new funding, and she opposes our current like home situation. And unless you actually raise more money to solve the problems we have, we're not going to solve the problems that Seattle is facing right now. You cannot house people for free. So if she's going to keep on chasing our homeless residents around because they don't have a house and refuse to actually ask the richest people in the community to pay for it, we're never going to actually solve this problem. We don't need more of that.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Sarah Nelson. Is there a 30-second speech in favor? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We will end debate on Sarah Nelson and open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of no endorsement. Is there a 30? Stephen Thomas, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just want to say that both of the folks that we are considering are claiming, progressive threads, but we're not able to debate the candidacy of the most progressive candidate simply because they didn't declare Democrat. So I don't think we should endorse anyone. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against no endorsement. Tandy Williams, you are recognized. I'm sorry, actually, Andrew Ashiofu had his hand raised first. Andrew, did you mean to speak against?
Yes, I meant to speak against. Is we have a progressive Democratic candidate. I look at how the Democratic Party has lost the grassroots. We've lost grassroots because we never took it serious. And I look at the GQP party, they would never endorse outside their party. We need party loyalists, not someone to come and take us for endorsements and turn their backs on us, because grassroots goes to federal level.
Thank you, Andrew. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech against. Anna Marie, you are recognized for 30 seconds. Or I'm sorry, you lowered your hand. So Andrew.
Is it against no endorsement or?
I'm sorry, this is for. This is for no endorsement. All right, Andrew Hong, you have 30 seconds to speak for no endorsement.
Again, Nikita is the most progressive person in this race, and Nikita is also being supported by Democrats, including in our own 37th district, Representative Kirsten Harris-Talley and Councilwoman Tammy Morales. And the 11th district Democrats have all endorsed Nikita Oliver. Nikita is from the 37th. Nikita has been fighting for youth in the 37th, has been building infrastructures to divert youth who get in trouble away from incarceration and towards restorative justice practices. Nikita would be an amazing voice for the South, and on the council, vote no endorsement.
Thank you. We'll now have a 30-second speech against. Anna Marie, you are recognized.
Frankly, I think that Breonna Thomas is just as progressive as Nikita and has equally as much on the ground work. I have seen her work with organizers in real life on actual campaigns with the Democrats. If Nikita wanted endorsements from Democrats, she should have ran as a Democrat. And that's like point blank period. We shouldn't be voting based off of hypothetical candidates who are not a part of our party.
Thank you. I will now have open the floor for one final 30-second speech in favor of no endorsement. Is there a 30-second speech in favor from someone who has not spoken already this debate round? Going once, going twice. Adam Hutchinson, you are recognized for 30 seconds in favor of no endorsement.
Great, thank you. I'll just say briefly, if our only goal tonight is to elect someone to endorse someone who's running as a Democrat, and I think we need to take a moment to actually take a look at ourselves and think about why such a great progressive candidate like Nikita Oliver is not running as a Democrat. In this meeting, Nikita does share our values, is running on an extremely progressive platform, and has been a community leader here for several years. So I do encourage everyone to vote no endorsement to stand in solidarity and support Nikita Oliver's campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to a final 30-second speech against no endorsement. Maggie, you are recognized.
Thank you. We have an incredible opportunity tonight to endorse an incredible progressive, Breonna Thomas. Breonna, we as a Democratic legislative district, we can stand in support of a Democrat leader and endorse Breonna Thomas tonight. And if we don't endorse in tonight's vote, we will not endorse in this race. And I think that's an incredibly missed opportunity to support Breonna, who has a proven track record as a strong progressive.
Thank you so much. That concludes debate for the second round. So we will now have a second round of voting. Justin, when you are ready, please put the second ballot for council position 9 into the chat. And then, Tom, are you ready to announce the results from Seattle Mayor?
Yep.
Go right ahead.
Okay. We have a total of 130 ballots cast. Andrew Grant Houston, 9 ballots, 6.9%. Bruce Harrell, 36 votes, 27.7%. Colleen Echo Hawk, 15 votes, 11.5%. Justin Farrell, 8 votes, 6.1. Lance Randall, 3 votes, 2.3%. M. Lorena Gonzalez, 55 votes, 42.3%. No endorsement, 4 votes, 3%. So we have nobody who carried the endorsement.
Thank you. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but the lowest vote getter would be Lance Randall, and thus he would be dropped from the second ballot.
Correct.
Thank you for confirming.
And Stephen, Stephen, this is John Stafford.
Can we have a motion for dual endorsement of 2 candidates?
That is premature. We have to go through until there are only 2 candidates left. But yes, John, you are recognized.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, and I'm sorry about this, can the vote totals be repeated quickly, please? Thank you.
Yes. Tom, would you please repeat the vote totals?
Okay. Andrew Grant Houston, 9 or 6.9. Bruce Harrell, 36, 2.8. Colleen Echo Hawk, 15, 11.5. Justin Farrell, 8, 6.2. Lance Randall, 3, 2.3. M. Lorena Gonzalez, 55, 42.3. No endorsement, 4 or 3%.
Restate what you said for Harold, because I think you said 2 point something, and it must be 20 point something.
I'm sorry, so 36 and 27.7.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Have your hand raised. Tammy Morales.
Yes, the ballot that is in the chat right now says it's for the position 9 runoff, but when you go to the ballot, it says the Seattle mayor race.
Allow me to fix that, please.
Thank you.
Co-hosts, if there is one of you who is able to post the results in the chat, that would be appreciated. But I understand we're all spinning a lot of plates right now. Michael Wolf, do you have a question? Thank you.
I have a question.
Susan Sherbina, you got a question?
Yeah, what? Are we voting on the council position 9? Is that it?
Yes.
For the mayor.
So Justin had a little hiccup with the ballot. So please be patient and give us a little bit. We're going to repost the link when it is fixed. So give us.
Just to make sure I'm not too overly confused. One moment, please. Here, the ballot that you're looking for now is the runoff ballot for position 9, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. My apologies.
No, thank you for running.
Let's go back here now.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I take this opportunity to just remind you, I think this is what we talked about, but Sharon Maida is going to be doing voice votes from now on. That's what she's expecting, correct?
Yep, got her on the list.
Thank you.
I have Brett Nelson, Don Mason, and Sharon Maida. If you think you should be on that list for a voice vote, please let us know. All right, the ballot is open in the chat. Let's just click it. It is the position 9 runoff. Thank you so much, Justin. Please fill that out. And then we're going to begin a debate after the ballot closes on the second part of the Seattle mayor's race. Or the second ballot, rather. Brett Nelson.
Oh,
Brett Nelson,
Yes.
how do you vote for a council position 9? Brianna Thomas, Sarah Nelson, or no endorsement?
Brianna Thomas.
Thank you very much. Don Mason, how do you vote for council position 9?
No endorsement.
Thank you. Sharon Maeda, how do you vote for council position 9?
I think she'll need to be unmuted. Let's see. Can we do that on our end?
Yes.
Force her to do it?
Well,
Brianna Thomas.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Justin is reconnecting his audio. We're going to give him a second, but you still have time to vote on council position 9.
Feet are falling asleep. Oh, gosh. All right, I gotta walk around here a bit.
We appreciate everyone's patience. We know it's a cumbersome process, but we got to make sure we get everyone's votes counted. Justin,
I was out of audio for about 2 minutes, so I may have missed any request you made of me.
my only request is to wait for it because I'm going to close the ballot. So closing the ballot for Seattle City Council position 9, going once. Closing the ballot going twice. Closing the ballot going 3 times. Please close the ballot.
For the ballot for the runoff.
For the runoff.
It is closed.
Let me know when you're ready for voice votes.
And do you have voice votes that you took while I was gone?
Yes, I have 3 voice votes.
Please go ahead with the voter.
Brett Nelson.
Brianna Thomas.
And if I could ask that any people wishing to speak raise their hand and be recognized.
Yeah, Brett, when I'm repeating your vote, there's no need for you to do it. But
next voter, please.
Don Mason.
Don Mason.
No endorsement. You don't have to do anything, Don. I'm just saying your name to Justin so that he gets your vote
That's
count.
for position 9, right? Not mayor.
Position 9.
Okay. That was the right
And
vote.
do you have a third voter, sir?
Sharon Maeda. Please mute yourself. Was that you, Justin?
No.
Okay. Are you ready for
Sharon made a vote?
Sharon made
made
a
a
vote
vote.
for Brianna Thomas.
Okay, thank you so much.
That is all of the voice votes. We will now go to the second round of debate for Seattle Mayor. I will now open the floor for a speech in favor of Colleen Echohawk for 30 seconds. Please raise your hand if you would like to be recognized to speak for 30 seconds in favor of Colleen Echohawk. Anna Marie, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
I'll yield to Annie.
Annie, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Oh, no, I'll yield to Anna Marie. I'll do something else later. Go ahead, Anna Marie.
Okay, sweet. So Colleen is the candidate that has been on the ground in the community and working with grassroots level as well as like grass tops, but like has an actual understanding of what the community needs and wants, and has shown time and time again that she's willing to put in the effort to demonstrate and embody those values. And I think across the board, she is in line with all of our progressive planks. So you should vote for her.
Thank you. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech, if any, against Colleen Echohawk's nomination. So a 30-second speech against, going once, going twice, going 3 times. We will move the debate to a 30-second speech in favor of Lorena Gonzalez. First of all, let me answer Justin. Justin, we drop them one at a time. So only Lance Randall should be removed from the ballot. All right, Rory O'Sullivan, you are recognized for a 30-second speech in favor of Lorena Gonzalez.
So I am super excited to be supporting Council President Gonzalez. I also just want to point out that if we don't want to be here for the next 3 hours in runoffs, that anybody who voted for Colleen Echohawk during the first round and Grant Houston during the first round, Lorena Gonzalez is the progressive candidate who received the most votes in the first round. And just as a matter of practicality, please vote for Lorena Gonzalez in the second round because she's the progressive candidate who can get our endorsement. Thanks.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against the nomination of Lorena Gonzalez. Their 30-second speech against.
I like to speak. Yes.
Go right ahead.
Yes, I like to speak as a president, as Lorena, as president of the council. It was her job to shut down some of that stuff that went on this summer. She never did actually have anything to say about anybody who got shot in the chop or anything that happened in the chop. She showed no leadership on that, and also did not ever give the police chief any courtesy by inviting her to come in to talk about rehabilitating police. The council was anti-black and the POC was anti-black against the black community and against the previous police chief.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. Suda, you are recognized for 30-second speech. Hey
everyone. I am really excited to speak in favor of Lorena Gonzalez. She has come from working in community to now being an advocate for community in city government. She's one of the few people I know who understands policy and city government at the depth required to actually pass progressive reform. So it's not just a question of having political ideals, she gets the work done. This is the woman who's going to help us recover from the pandemic. I trust no one the way I trust Lorena. She'll take our city to the next level.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against. Lem Howell, you are recognized for 30-second speech against. Lem, you gotta unmute yourself. Lem, you gotta unmute yourself.
I was very concerned when Lorena and other members overrode the mayor's budget and cut police department.
Lem, 1 second. Lem, 1 second. You're breaking up, and I want to make sure we can actually hear you so that you get your full speech. So please put 30 seconds back on the clock. Lem, can you maybe turn off your video, and then we'll be able to hear you cleaner.
Oh, okay. Turn off my video. Okay. Can you hear me now?
So much better. Please start when you're ready.
Okay. Lorena Gonzalez and others overrode the mayor's veto and cut the police department budget. You don't need to defund the police. You need to reform the police. You need to go appoint a good chief of police and go from recruitment through training and policies within the department. And I'm afraid Lorena is old type thinking and just react without thinking. And I'm sorry, I used to be supportive of her.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you, Lem. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Lorena Gonzalez. James, did you wish to speak in favor or against?
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor of Lorena Gonzalez.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say that, you know, as council president, as a council member, Lorena's made hard choices and done really the right things. She's been a tireless advocate for those on the bottom and for organized labor. She's a solid choice for 37 Democrats. She's going to deliver, and she's a hard worker. You know, she's going to be the hardest working mayor in a long time. So please, please vote for Lorena.
Thank you very much. I'll now open the floor for a final 30-second speech against. Ruby Holland, did you wish to speak against? Nope, you lowered your hand. Ellen Barnhill, you're recognized for a 30-second speech against.
My turn?
Yes.
No, Dawn, it's me, Ellen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Ellen. It's Ellen's turn.
Oh, I thought you said Ruby Holland.
Yes, thank you. I'm one of those people that have been
supportive in the past and realize that vague generalities does not provide boots on the ground. We have a police contract that was led by Mosqueda that is appalling, and homeless housing has only become worse under her leadership. We need better leadership from more practical leadership than what she has provided in the past. She has a proven track record of not doing enough.
That's
Thank you.
your time. Thank you. I'll now move.
Clarification, Mosqueda or Gonzalez?
The person said what they said. We're moving forward. Andrew Grant Houston, 30-second speech in favor of Andrew Grant Houston. Please raise your hand. If you're Andrew Ashiofu, you are recognized.
I would like to yield my time to Andrew Grant Houston.
Andrew, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. I want to touch a little bit on experience and just say I am running specifically because I recognize where the power lies, and that if we are going to affect the change that is necessary, especially to address the climate crisis before 2030, we need a mayor right now who's committed to serving for 2 terms. That is also why I worked so hard as a board member of FutureWise to create and pass HB 1220, which updated the housing element for the Growth Management Act. It's essential if we are going to address all of our crises, including homelessness.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against. Darnell, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
I would like to give my time to Reverend Walden.
Reverend Walden, you have 30 seconds to speak against. Harriet, are you there? You might be muted.
Okay, well, I'd like to just yield my time back to the candidate because I don't have anything to say about the candidate. My support is for Bruce Harrell, so I don't have anything to say about the candidate.
All right, we're going to take some time off the clock for that, but Darnell, did you want to speak against?
I don't know.
No.
All right. Then is there a speech against? If not, we'll move on to the next candidate.
Yeah, I'm against it. Brett Nelson, can I speak again?
You can, Brett. You have 30 seconds or 27 seconds.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Well, it's fine.
Real brief. When there's something good and hits the fan and other people say yes before looking at the whole field, that's the only thing I got against Gonzalez. And the results have been awful. Okay, so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. We'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Andrew Grant Houston. A 30-second speech in favor. If none, we'll move on. Is there a 30-second speech?
I'd like to speak in favor.
All right, go ahead. It really helps if folks use the raise hand option.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have that. Apologies.
You do, but it's okay. We'll walk through how to find it later.
Okay. So I am speaking in favor of Andrew Grant Houston because I believe that if you look at his website, you will see the detailed policy plans that he has for addressing the issues that we all care about. He's not a newcomer to these issues. He has been doing the work. He's been reaching out to folks, and the details are all there for you to review. So if you would like a progressive candidate who's not worried about what's politically convenient, but what is necessary, I urge you to vote in favor of Andrew Grant Houston.
I'll now open the floor for a final 30-second speech against. Is there a 30-second speech against? Roxana, you are recognized for a 30-second speech against.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. So there was a story that came out maybe a couple weeks ago that shared the details about how Andrew Grant Houston's campaign collecting democracy vouchers. And rather than sort of accepting that, their campaign ultimately called all of the people that made claims about this liars and said that we were planting stories about their campaign. And I think that says a lot about the candidate and the campaign that they're trying to run.
Thank you. The time has expired. We have moved on to the next candidate. I'm looking for a 30-second speech in favor of Bruce Harrell. Please raise your hand to speak for 30 seconds in favor of Bruce Harrell. Phyllis Porter, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Hi, yes, I'd like to speak up for Bruce Harrell. All candidates are talking about equity, inclusiveness, and democracy. Everybody wants to represent the marginalized. But how can City Hall leaders lead on equity without an equitable City Hall? We do not have anyone that look like us to represent us. We have people from every corner, but when it comes to us, we do not see that. Also, Bruce knows a lot about the police and enforcement. He has also been a victim stopped at a stop sign saying he didn't put on his blinker sign. So he knows from experience too what it is that we're facing. And we need someone like Bruce Harrell in office to take care of the people.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I will now open the floor for a 30-second speech against Bruce Harrell, if any. Is there a 30-second speech against? Ruby Holland.
I spoke in front of Bruce Harrell many times, begging him to create an anti-displacement plan for homeowners at risk of losing their homes that have been in their homes forever. I personally watched as many city council members themselves made amendments so that they wouldn't have upzoning in their neighborhoods. They saved themselves. Bruce Harrell, he could have told everybody, look, something's not right about this. This is very discriminatory. He did not do that.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. Sharon Tomiko Santos, Representative Santos, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to be able to offer words in support of Bruce Harrell, who's running for our city mayor. I've known Bruce for a very long time, and I want to say this about his character. I have not always agreed with Bruce's policies. And sometimes I was in the right and sometimes I was in the wrong. But always I could count on ongoing conversation with Bruce about the right way forward. And for that reason, I ask all of you to join me in supporting Bruce Harrell, who will keep an open door policy. Thank you.
I'll now open the floor for a speech against Bruce Harrell, if any. Is there a speech against? Going once, going twice. Devin.
I just can't believe we're having this conversation. Bruce Harrell left in disgrace. The last time he was in the mayor's office, he was defending the former mayor from credible child rape allegations from 5 different people. And rather than say that Mayor Ed Murray should step down, he said he didn't want to be judged for anything he did 33 years ago. I don't know what Bruce did 33 years ago, but that's really gross. I know he did 4 years ago. So he's not welcome in the mayor's office.
Now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor. Final 30-second speech in favor. Tandy Williams, you're recognized.
I would like to speak in favor, but I can't see the hand.
You know what? I have to say something about that. See, when you come from being a white man, it's totally different when you come from being a black man, because we always get accused of shit. So it's different when we hear stuff like that, because you can whistle at somebody or be accused of whistling at somebody and get hung. So it's different when you come from a different community. That's why you need someone who looks like you to represent you, because they understand what you're going through. Maybe we do need Bruce to be mayor so he can represent people who look like people of color, so we can get someone who understands us.
Time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a final 30-second speech against Bruce Harrell's candidacy. Ruby, you were recognized earlier. Is there anyone else? Aliza, you are recognized.
Hi, I'm just gonna flag that Bruce Harrell's his policies about policing is to make police watch the murder of George Floyd, and that's it. And that's not enough, and that's definitely not sufficient for what this city needs. So I'm just gonna say representation is not enough. Thank you.
Representation is.
I'm sorry, everybody. That is it for debate on this nomination. I will now go to the next candidate still in contention. That is Jessen Farrell. I'm looking for a 30-second speech in favor of Jessen Farrell. 30-second speech in favor of Jessen Farrell. Aliza, did you want to wish to speak, or is that still your hand up from earlier?
I think my hand's still up.
Okay, thank you. Joanna, you're recognized for 30 seconds.
Well, it's sort of the same thing. I think that this is a woman that deserves to be considered and seriously considered by all of us, due to the fact that she does really support and has been part of coalitions on progressive taxation, and I think and really understands a lot about the complexities of housing and affordability. And I just encourage everybody to look at her because I am not completely decided in this race.
Thank you,
But
Joanna. Thank you, Joanna. That's your time. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against Justin Farrell's nomination. I see Hassam's hand first. Hassam, did you wish to speak for 30 seconds against?
Yeah, this is Haitham, and I really enjoyed Justin Farrell. However, she is not here at this meeting. She is not asking for the endorsement. She did not make a speech. And it just concerns me that someone who is running for mayor didn't come to the 37th district and actually engage with us in a meaningful way. This is Haitham, and I'm done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Haitham. Apologies for butchering your name so many times. Moving on, is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of Justin Farrell? Ruby, you are recognized for a 30-second speech in favor.
I heard her speak, and she had a plan for black on black gun violence and gun violence that is just plaguing our city and our community at this particular time. She's the only candidate that I've heard even acknowledge or discuss gun violence, and I think we ought to give her a chance myself.
Thank you. We'll now go for a 30-second speech against. Ethan, you are recognized for 30-second speech against Justin Farrell. You are muted.
Sorry about that. You can hear me now?
Can hear you.
All right. I was just going to say that I voted for Jessen in the last mayoral race and generally a very big supporter of Jessen, but she's not going to make it through this endorsement meeting tonight. She doesn't have the votes. So I really want to encourage other supporters to get behind Lorena Gonzalez so that we can give a solid single endorsement to a candidate and not have to do a dual endorsement. And I think you're going to find the same type of bold, pragmatic, progressive leadership that you find from Jessen with Lorena. And Lorena would also be a really exciting first woman of color to be mayor in Seattle.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I will now open the floor for a final 30-second speech, if any, in favor of Justin Farrell's nomination. Is there a 30-second speech in favor of Justin Farrell? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We will now end debate. Thank you, everyone. That was the second debate for Seattle Mayor. Justin, are you ready for the next ballot? And if not, what do you need? And Justin, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
Sorry, I was attending to a duplicate again. You're ready to go to ballot for runoff, correct?
Runoff Seattle Mayor.
And this is the first runoff for Seattle Mayor, not for a future race. All right. I'm placing that in the chat now.
Thank you very much. Tom, are you ready for results?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
We had 118 ballots cast. Sarah Nelson, 24 ballots, 20.3%. Brianna Thomas, 70 ballots, 59.3%. No endorsement, 24, 20.3%. We do not have an endorsement.
All right, Gwen, I have a question for you. You are muted, Gwen, so you might need to unmute.
No, we can't round up.
I know we can't round up, but Gwen, is a dual endorsement now within?
Okay, I was trying to find the ballot instead. This was for which, this was for Consul 9?
This is Consul 9. We've had a vote and a runoff, and there's still only 2 candidates.
Right. We'd now be on the final round, and I would say, I mean, we could do a 3rd round, but it's silly because it's the same number of candidates. There's only 2. So the final round, you could make a motion for a dual endorsement.
All right.
I wanted to.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So it seems like Brianna's at almost 60%. So that's the top vote getter. The second vote getter is no endorsement. So if we do dual endorsement, we're actually ignoring democracy and letting the 3rd most vote getter get a shared endorsement. Is there a way to vote just split half Brianna or no?
That's not true because no endorsement and the other candidate got the same percentage.
Oh, well, either way. Is there a way that it feels like dual is not actually what we're reading the room?
Devin, to answer your question, we have, so just because a dual endorsement is on the ballot does not mean we have to vote for it. Folks could still vote for the single endorsement of a candidate.
So it
However,
would be dual, single.
it would be dual, Brianna, Sarah, no endorsement. If none of those reach 60%, we say no consensus achieved, and then we come back in the general with the top 2 vote getters.
And we do come back in the general. Okay, thank you.
Maggie, do you have a question?
Yeah, sorry. You said it'll say dual Brianna, Sarah. Just to clarify, it'll be a dual endorsement and then another option to do sole endorsements for either candidates. That's what we'll have as options.
On your ballot, you will see the option
Point
dual
of order.
endorsement, and that will be
Has to be a motion.
Point of order, yes.
motion first. But so assuming there's motion and a second for a dual endorsement.
Got it. I just wanted to understand what the motion would lead to. So thank you for clarifying.
Point of order.
So
Point of order.
Just so I'm clear, so everyone's on the same page. Your ballot, if a dual endorsement is moved, will look like dual endorsement, Brianna Thomas, Sarah Nelson, no endorsement. If you don't want to do a dual endorsement, vote for any of the others. If you want to do a dual endorsement, vote for that. Something still has to get 60% to be endorsed. So if none of those reach that threshold, then we say no consensus achieved, and we stop voting on that tonight. So is there a motion for dual endorsement? Cindy Laws, you are recognized.
I make a motion for a dual endorsement of Sarah Nelson and Brianna Thomas.
Gail Johnson, do you second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. We will have a dual endorsement on the ballot. But right now, please finish filling out your ballot for the runoff for Seattle Mayor. That is in the chat. And now I'm going to go to voice votes. So Brett Nelson, how do you vote for the Seattle Mayor runoff?
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you. Don Mason, how do you vote for Seattle Mayor? Don, are you there? Don, you're muted. You may.
Bruce Harrell.
Don.
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you, Don. Sharon Mieta.
Lorena Gonzalez.
Thank you very much.
My vote didn't go through, so I'm having problems with it. I put my hand up.
Who is this?
Harriet Walden. It kept saying I had a problem with it, and I kept trying to put my code in, and it didn't work. So I was trying to make sure.
So Harriet, I'm going to ask you for your voice vote.
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you very much. And then Tom and Justin, please confirm that Harriet's vote was unable to be counted.
I'm looking for Harriet, but Lem has the same issue. Nothing shows up in who he's voting for.
Lem, I'm asking you to unmute so I can get your voice vote, so we can get you counted.
I'm okay.
Oh, you're not.
Maybe you don't want to vote. That is totally within bounds.
Can I get a voice vote?
Who is this?
This is Ruby. I can't pull up the ballot.
Sure thing, Ruby. Who do you vote for?
Justin Farrell.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who's having trouble voting?
Stephen, this is Ramla. So I have Alexis Oliver and Rodolfo Turla saying that they both want to vote. And Rodolfo just came on, so I can't find them. I haven't been able to actually see him yet. So
okay.
They're both members. Can you see them?
I don't see a Rodolfo in the meeting.
They're in one window together. Supposedly, they're messaging me, but I can't see them.
So who is Rodolfo with?
Alexis Oliver.
Okay, I do see Alexis Oliver. Alexis, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hi, do you see us?
Yeah, we're right here.
Well, we only see what's spotlighted. So now I see you, Alexis and Rodolfo. So thank you.
Hi.
Jeannie, can we confirm that they have a family membership?
Unmute. Yes, they do.
Thank you very much. Rodolfo, how do you want to vote? And wait, first, can I confirm, Alexis, are you able to vote using the online ballot?
Yes.
Okay. Rodolfo, how do you want to vote?
Lorena Sanchez, please. Oh, Lorena Gonzalez. I'm sorry. I just woke up.
Lucky you. All right. So Rodolfo, I'm adding you to my list. All right. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I got a message from Mary Williams with, it looks like a vote in the message. Is there some way to determine whether she has voted already?
You don't get to vote via message. If you
I know.
are in the meeting.
Oh, she said she voted. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. I see a lot of hands. Are they questions? If they're questions, I'm going to move on. I'm going to let you ask them. So Alec, go ahead.
I have a question.
Alec just got unmuted.
Sorry.
And
then he disappeared. Go ahead, Roxana.
I just want to confirm that for position 9, this is going to be the last ballot.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So again,
did you have a question?
me?
Nope, Cindy lost. Nope, okay. Susanna, did you have a question? Or Susan?
Yes. Position 9, are we re-voting on this or what's happening?
So we will be, but not yet.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Michael Wolf?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a point of information so I can be clear, because I'm not sure I am, which if I'm not clear, others are probably not clear, Mr. Chair. The ballot is going to have 4 options, am I correct? One that says dual endorsement of Breonna Thomas and Sarah Nelson, one that says Breonna Thomas, one that says Sarah Nelson, and one that says dual endorsement.
No.
No endorsement. And that means the only way to get the dual endorsement is to vote for the top option that will say dual endorsement.
Again, your key will be on top, but yes, the only way to get the dual endorsement is if 60% vote for dual endorsement, 60% or more.
And that a vote for in the line that just says Breonna Thomas or just says Sarah Nelson is not a vote for the dual endorsement. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
That is correct.
So if the candidate would prefer a dual endorsement, they have to vote for the dual endorsement. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mary.
Yes, I've received another text expressing concern on behalf of Lem Howell that he might not have been able to vote.
That's why I was asking you, Lem. Jesus. Okay, Lem, where are you? Lem, you gotta unmute.
Yeah. Can you repeat our choices for the next vote before we vote?
Yes, but you're concerned that you did not vote in the mayoral runoff, is that correct?
No, I voted for Bruce Harrell.
Okay, I don't.
Thank you for saying that.
So we will get you as a voice vote from now on, Lem.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. And yes, I will announce what we're voting on next. And we do have a chance to speak for and against dual endorsement. That is in order. Justin, let me know when you're ready for voice votes.
Thank goodness, because all of this talking and me not writing. Okay, please, voter, please first. Oh, first I need to close the ballot, please.
Close the ballot.
Thank you.
Once, going twice, close the ballot.
Okay, voter, please.
All right, Lem Howell.
You have me?
But I've got Lim Howe's vote in the line where he was missing his vote. So next voter, please.
Brett Nelson.
Do you have me?
Brett Nelson's vote will be for whom?
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you. One moment.
Yeah.
Please, just the chair and I at this time. Thank you. Next voter, please.
Don Mason.
Don Mason. And that vote would be for?
Bruce Harrell.
Bruce Harrell.
I record. I'm sorry, I could not hear.
Bruce Harrell.
Bruce Harrell, I've recorded. I will repeat it again. If the only voice right now could be the chairs, that would be helpful. Next voter, please.
Unbeat.
Sharon Mieta.
And the vote for Sharon Maida would be what?
Lorena Gonzalez.
I am recording M. Lorena Gonzalez for Sharon Maeda. Next voter, please.
Harriet Walden.
Reverend Harriet Walden. And
yeah,
her vote would be
Bruce Harrell.
for Bruce Harrell.
And then
Next voter, please.
Ruby Holland.
Miss Ruby Holland. And that vote, Mr. Chair, would be for whom?
Jessen Farrell.
For Miss Jessen Farrell.
And I'm sorry, Anita, I need Rodolfo's last name. Or I'm sorry, not Anita, but Rodolfo, I need your last name so that I can give it to Justin.
It's Rodolfo Turla.
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 Thank you very much.
And that vote would be for?
Lorena Gonzalez.
Next voter, please.
That's it.
That's beautiful.
All right, thank you very much. We will now open a debate only on dual endorsement. So if you would like to speak for or against dual endorsement, please raise your hand. Rory, you're recognized for 30 seconds to speak in favor of dual endorsement.
I'd like to yield my time to Brianna Thomas.
Brianna, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
Hey, 37th, y'all are still hanging in there. Champions, 138 of you of democracy. Thank you for staying this late and sticking it out. As much as I would love your sole endorsement, I think that what we've heard tonight is that Democratic values and Democratic candidates win in the 37th. And so I would be happy to share the endorsement with Sarah Nelson, because I think that's what this party's platform calls for, is unity in the face of division. And I would happily share this endorsement with my esteemed candidate. Thank you all for your support that voted for my soul. And I'll see you out there. Don't worry on them doors.
Thank you. That's we'll now put 30 seconds on the clock for a speech against dual endorsement. Andrew Ashiofu. Oh, you lowered your hand. But Jeannie Legault, you are recognized.
Unmute. You know, you don't really know a candidate till you've worked with them for years and years. And I've worked with Brianna on the second floor for 5 years, I think. I'm not sure, Brianna, and I just don't think you get it. She is amazing. I just don't, people. You have this opportunity.
Jeannie, your time has expired. Thank you, Jeannie. Your time has expired. Now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of dual endorsement. Cindy Laws, you are recognized.
Thank you. So I think the important part here is we have two very solid Democrats. This is the 37th District Democrats. This is the 37th District Democrats' opportunity to endorse two solid Democrats, two people who filled out the Democratic questionnaire, and two people who've been endorsed by other Democratic supporting organizations. So I strongly recommend that we endorse a dual position of Sarah Nelson and Brianna Thomas, two solid, powerful Democratic women.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech against dual endorsement. Natalia, you are recognized.
Thank you. I'm against dual endorsement in this case because I think it sends the wrong message to voters. I think a dual endorsement usually indicates that both of the candidates are very similar or equal, and in this case, they couldn't be more different. I think Brianna Thomas is the true progressive in this race, whereas Sarah Nelson boasts endorsement of groups like, the Building and Trades, which is notoriously conservative. They're incredibly different candidates, and so that sends a false message, which regardless of whichever one of them you support, it's not a clear message to voters who may think that those candidates are similar when they are not.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for a speech against dual endorsement. Speech against. Andrew, did you wish to speak against?
Yes. Wasn't that a speech against?
No, she just.
I'm sorry.
She just made a speech against.
Right.
I'll wait for.
Andrew, I'm sorry. This is a speech in favor. Did you wish to speak in favor or against?
I'll wait for the next against.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Alec, you are recognized for a speech in favor for 30 seconds.
Yeah, and I'll give this speech. We have a party that is very broad, and when people start talking about who is the most progressive, there's also the whole idea of organized labor. I think a dual endorsement in this instance actually rounds out the fact that we have two candidates that represent, then if you look at both of them, the breadth of our party, and it's okay to do a dual endorsement as opposed to just saying binary choice.
Thank you. Your time has expired. I'll now open the floor for 30 seconds to Andrew Ashiofu to speak for 30 seconds in the final speech against dual endorsement.
Yeah.
Really, this is really painful to see our party being divided by an outsider just because they say they are progressive. We know who we want to endorse, and because someone that is not democratic wants us to not endorse anybody. My question to that person is, why aren't you a Democrat?
All right, thank you. That ends debate on dual endorsement. Justin, when you are ready, please place the link for the final runoff for Council Position 9 into the chat.
I cannot do that at this time. One moment, please.
We will wait for you. In the meantime, I see some hands up, so I want to get to those. Andrew Hong and then Mary Williams. Andrew?
Yeah, I don't think the last speech was really that much against dual endorsement. Could I offer another opinion against dual endorsement?
I am sorry, the debate has expired. I apologize if you feel like time could have been better spent with you speaking. Get those hands up early because I do try to call on them in the order that I see them ranked. Mary Williams, go right ahead. Oh.
No, same comment. I was trying to get in before Andrew because he already spoke.
Gotcha. I'm sorry about that. I will try to diversify who speaks when I'm able to. Keith Garner, did you have a question?
A point of order is, if there is no consensus 60% reached in this vote, will it go to another vote, or is there no endorsement?
Then, well, so it's different than no endorsement. If nothing gets 60% on this next ballot, it's no consensus achieved. That is a fancy way of saying we couldn't agree, we couldn't meet the 60% threshold. We'll take it up again in the general.
Interesting. Thank you.
Don Mason. Do you have a question, Don?
Yes, I think because I was not sent my link to come into this meeting, I came in confused, and I look at the numbers. So I voted. I wanted to vote for Brianna. I didn't know what I was voting for.
We haven't voted for anything yet.
Well, on the first one, had I voted for Brianna, she would have had a 60%, and this is not right. As you see, there was a lot of confusion getting me in. You admitted you didn't get me in until 8 something, almost 9 o'clock. And I really wanted to vote for Brianna, and I voted wrong. So had I voted for Brianna, she would have had.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, Don. I'm going to have to cut you off. This is not germane.
Vote again, and I'll vote with the way, and she'll win.
Well, we can't do that, but you will get an opportunity to vote for dual endorsement, or for Brianna, or for Sarah, or for no endorsement here in a little bit. Heisem.
I just have a question. I mean, so do we go through each one again? So we did the dual endorsement. Do we then go through like Brianna Thomas again as another option? Or I guess I'm just confused about that.
Yes. So you will have multiple options on the next ballot. It will read dual endorsement, Brianna Thomas, Sarah Nelson, or no endorsement.
And I understand that. What I meant was for debate.
No more debate.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
This is a final ballot. There will be no debate after this on this particular race. Justin, I see your hand raised. Justin, you are muted.
Yes, because I was multitasking on so many things, I want to make sure I have what this is going to be, and then I have to build it into the ballot and to the result. So I want to confirm. One of the choices is a duel between Sarah Nelson and Brianna K. Thomas.
Yes.
And another one is for a solo for Sarah Nelson.
Yes.
And one is for a solo for Brianna K. Thomas.
Yes. And
thank you.
No endorsement.
And no endorsement. Okay. Thank you. I can have this ready in just a moment.
We're on tenterhooks, but you take as long as it takes. Bob Rosenberger, you are recognized.
Okay, I guess I'm also confused because I thought, having been involved in writing these rules, that the choice would be between a dual endorsement or no endorsement. And I'd like to know what Gwen's opinion is on this issue.
Gwen?
Again, I think it is confusing because it isn't very clear on that last part whether we still include the names, but I think it's safest to include the names.
There you have it from the parliamentarian.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Alex.
Yes, a little bit more. So you have dual endorsement, but there are some people who not only don't want that option, but still want to have a single endorsement. That's why those two names are still there. There could also be no endorsement, which, by the way, then closes it out forever. But if none of those happen in 60%, then we can take it up in the fall.
Correct. Thank you
for the general.
Cody.
I hate to belabor the point, but I just have a question because would we ever vote if no endorsement was not on the table, would we ever have a vote with just two candidates remaining on dual and candidate A and B?
Per our rules, no endorsement is always an option. Always.
Get rid of that one.
I just feel like in the past we voted for duals and the candidates' individual names didn't still appear on the ballot because we now have 4 options on the table where we had 3. So it seems like it's going to be almost impossible to get to 60% on anything in this case.
I agree.
If we don't get to 60%, we don't, and then we just take it up again in the general. But we have the ruling from the parliamentarian. All names will be considered as well as dual endorsement.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a question about the rules. Is it possible to both vote for the candidate that you want and then vote for dual endorsement if they don't get the threshold? Like I would want to vote for Brianna, but if she doesn't get to the threshold, then I'd like to vote for dual endorsement. Is that okay in the rules?
Voting, you must choose one of those 4 options. That is the only option you get to choose, and there are no more opportunities to vote after you make that choice. This is the final ballot for this race. Your options are dual endorsement, one of the candidates, or no endorsement. Those are the only options you get. If 50% for dual endorsement, we have dual endorsement. If both of those candidates make it through to the general, that dual endorsement stays. If only one of those candidates makes it through, that person gets the sole endorsement going through because they were dual endorsed by us. So, just so we're over it one more time, you're going to have 4 choices. Dual endorsement, Brianna Thomas, Sarah Nelson, or no endorsement. If one of those options gets 60%, we're done. And we have an endorsement in that race. If none of those reach 60%, we're done. We have no consensus achieved in that race. We bring it back up for the general election at the general election endorsement meeting. Maggie, go ahead.
I just had a procedural question. Is it automatic that dual is added to the ballot, or it seems odd to me that there wasn't an opportunity as a group to vote if we wanted dual on the ballot or not? And to Cody's point, it kind of sets it up towards a no consensus outcome.
So we did have a motion from the body. The body decided to motion and second to add dual endorsement. That only comes into play after we've whittled it down to 2 and have had multiple ballots.
So there's a motion and a second, but no debate or vote, correct?
We had the debate. That's what we just did.
A debate on,
Dual endorsement.
yeah, on that, but there wasn't a debate or vote on whether to have dual endorsement on the ballot in the first place.
Correct. Dual endorsement is germane and gets added to the ballot if it's moved and seconded. And then we debate it and then we vote on it. Tamika. Tamika, you're muted.
Sorry, I was looking for the button. Just, Mr. Chair, if you could just remind people.
I can hear you, Tamika.
Not speaking, and if they haven't been acknowledged by you.
Tamika, you're breaking up. It's really hard to hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
If you could remind folks, please mute themselves if they're not, if you haven't acknowledged them to speak. There's a lot of background noise and huffing and puffing, and it's annoying.
We'll consider that the PSA. Thank you. Devin.
Yeah, this may be a problem we have to do for a future election, but I think what's hard is that basically no endorsement is a proxy vote for Nikita. So this vote feels like there's 4 options: dual for 2, 1, 2, or 3, which makes it really hard to like game out or ever end. So either we should change who's available in the future, or else just think about what happens when there's like a candidate who's also technically no endorsement, because it just makes the whole process.
Devin, this is not really a question, and I would appreciate your comment after. Do you have a question?
Can we fix this?
Yes, we can. And also, I think it's very brave of Bob Rosenberger to admit that he helped write these rules. So that is the end of the questions that I see. We do have that ballot still open for the Seattle mayor, because we haven't gotten to the Council 9 yet. So please finish voting for Seattle mayor, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Justin, please close the balloting for the Seattle mayor runoff.
I already totaled that.
Tom, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think this wasn't the last ballot for position 9.
Last? No.
So the last ballot I have in the chat was the one that Justin posted. So I'm very sorry. Justin, I was in the wrong. Please reopen the ballot.
Okay.
Okay, please reopen which ballot?
The last one you had posted, which was the Seattle City Council. My chat was on the wrong spot. I was looking at the wrong one.
I have results for the second round of the mayor.
I'm not ready for those, Tom, but thank you.
Okay.
The ballot for the second and last runoff for position 9 Seattle City Council has not been closed. It is still open.
Thank you very much.
It has 89 responses, and we have 130 some people here.
All right. So
now it has 90 responses.
Everyone, please check the chat, and if we could post that in the chat one more time, that ballot.
I hope this is, God darn it.
Susan, I'm going to mute you. James Fackler, do you have a question?
Well, I was just curious if we were able to find out what the mayoral race was. Where was that at? Where that was at?
We will get there, but we got to figure out this balloting first. So I want to make sure the ballot is closed, because then I have to, I also have to get the voice votes from people. So I'm going to do that right now.
Mr. Chair.
How do you vote for council position 9 runoff? Brett Nelson, I can't hear you. You're going to need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Brianna Thomas.
All right. Brianna Thomas, sole endorsement. Dawn Mason, how do you vote on the council position 9 runoff?
Brianna Thomas.
Thank you. Sharon Mieta, how do you vote for? I'm going to ask to unmute.
Brianna Thomas.
All right. Harriet Walden, how do you vote on council position 9.
Dual endorsement.
Thank you. Harry, I'm sorry, Lem Howell, how do you vote on dual endorsement? Or, I'm sorry, on this ballot?
Dual endorsement.
Got it. Ruby, how do you vote?
Brianna Thomas.
Thank you. Rodolfo Turla, how do you vote? Rodolfo Turla, you are muted.
Sorry, he voted by ballot.
Oh, he was able to get it working. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Please let me know if you run into future problems, but I'll stop calling on him for votes. And I'm sorry, Sharon, I will try to memorize everyone's pronunciations, but I will try to say Maeda from now on.
Thank you.
And all right, Justin, I think we're almost ready. So going once for council position 9, final ballot. Going twice, going 3 times. Please close the ballot. Oh, wait, Roxana, what's up? Roxana Gomez, what's up?
I'm good. I got it. Thank you.
All right. Please close the ballot. And let me know when you are ready for voice votes.
I am now ready for voice votes for the second and last runoff for position 9, Seattle City Council.
Thank you very much. Brett Nelson.
Voter?
Brett Nelson.
His vote is for?
Brianna Thomas.
I have recorded Brianna Thomas for Brett Nelson. Next voter, please.
Don Mason.
Don Mason is voting for?
Brianna Thomas.
I am recording Brianna Thomas for Don Mason. Next voter, please.
Sharon Maeda.
Sharon Maeda is voting for?
Brianna Thomas.
I'm recording Brianna Thomas for Sharon Maeda.
Reverend Harriet Walden.
Reverend Harriet Walden is voting for?
Dual endorsement.
Dual endorsement is recorded for Reverend Harriet Walden.
Lem Howell.
Lem Howell is voting for?
Dual endorsement.
Next voter, please.
Ruby Holland.
Ruby Holland is voting for?
Brianna Thomas.
Brianna Thomas. Next voter, please.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom, now I am ready to hear the results from the mayoral runoff.
Okay, we have 124 votes were cast. I have Andrew Grant Houston, 8 votes, 6.5%. Bruce Harrell, 35 votes, 28.2%. Colleen Echohawk, 12 votes, 9.7%. Justin Farrell, 9 votes, 7.3%. Lorena Gonzalez, 54 votes, 43.5. No endorsement, 6, 4.8%. So we don't have a consensus.
We don't have a consensus, but we do drop the lowest vote getter. That would be Andrew Grant Houston.
Right.
No, it'd be no endorsement.
No endorsement is always an option.
I think, no, we have another ballot to go. And we drop all the lowest ones except for the top 2 and no endorsement.
I'm sorry, explain that again.
We only keep the top 2 and no endorsement for another ballot.
Okay, so we don't keep doing runoffs?
No.
Well, it is still a runoff, so to
It's
speak.
still a runoff, but we don't, it's not dropped by one.
Right.
Okay, so the 2 top vote getters are Lorena Gonzalez and Bruce Harrell, And then no endorsement is always a vote you may make. So
Right.
that will also remain on the ballot.
Right.
And then after that one, if no one gets 60%, dual endorsement is permitted.
After, right.
Is there another round of debate?
No. No. Let me double check that.
Better to be sure than sorry.
Yeah. No further debate.
Thank you very much. So we will drop all of the candidates except for Lorena Gonzalez, Bruce Harrell, and then the ever-present no endorsement. So Justin, let me know when you need help for making that ballot.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am having to fix a little issue with our previous. It'll take me just a moment. Apparently, when I put too many words in the candidate, it doesn't like it.
Got it. Let me know when you're ready.
So the dual endorsement has to become one word, dual.
Nope, no dual endorsement on this ballot.
No, I'm talking about the previous one that now we're calculating. If I don't finish this now, I won't remember to do it. Give me just one moment.
Please correct the previous ballot before we open a new one.
Thank you.
That said, because there is no debate, I am going to move to the next race on our ballot, or I'm sorry, not on our ballot, but on our agenda, and that is King County Superior Court position 47. Alec, do you have that list handy to name the one candidate who has filed?
I move to endorse Andrea Robertson, Judge Andrea Robertson.
We have a motion. Is there a second? I see Susan raising her hand. We have a second. Judge Andrea Robertson is the only person to have filed in this position. So is Judge Robertson with us?
I'm here, yes.
You have 1 minute to address, and then we will open the floor for a motion to endorse without objection. So please put 1 minute on the clock, and Judge, you take it away.
Thank you so much, everyone. After 22 years in our courts representing over 1,500 individual, ordinary people, sometimes in the worst day of their lives, I chose to take the step to begin serving our community from the bench. I was evaluated by 5 different independent bar associations as exceptionally well qualified, and I was very honored to receive a call from our governor in December offering me an appointment to the Superior Court bench. I'm now running to retain my seat and complete the term. I just found out a few weeks ago that I will be unopposed, and I would be honored by your endorsement. As you can imagine, this is a challenging time for our courts. We're balancing protecting the health and safety of those who are in our court system during a pandemic, as well as making sure there's access to justice and eradicating systemic inequities. I've jumped in with both feet. I'm active with therapeutic courts. I'm the head of the Family Treatment Court Steering Committee for King County, and I'm working very hard for our county. I'm looking forward to doing it for years to come. I would be humbled if you joined the 14 other LDs in the King County Dems in offering me an endorsement. Thank you.
Time has expired.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Unfortunately, with all due respect to the judge, this is not going to be on the primary election ballot. Just want you to know that.
But
for the very reasons you've mentioned.
You broke up there at the bottom, at the back end of
For
this.
the very reasons when you asked me to look, this is not going to be on the primary election ballot because she is an unopposed candidate.
Gwen, we are still allowed to endorse in it. Is that correct? And it would just carry through to the general?
Correct.
So we can still get.
Mr. Chair, may I do this? May I make a motion that we endorse by unanimous ballot?
And that is actually, as long as it doesn't have to be a written ballot, as long as there's no objection and Steve judges that she has 60% support.
All right. Is there any objection to endorsing Judge Robertson? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, seeing none. Congratulations, Judge, you are endorsed.
Yay.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely evening. Good luck with the rest of your work.
Thank you so much. Joanna, I see your hand raised. Do you have a question? Joanna Cullen. You're muted, Joanna.
I'm thinking about making a motion to adjourn once we're through with the court candidates, because I don't see us getting, I mean, it's going to be past 11 by the time we get through the mayor and the court.
Second.
Well, wait a second, folks, because if we adjourn, well, one, we can't adjourn. We still have business ongoing. We have to wrap that up. Two, I would ask you to look at the agenda where you see that the next few races have very few candidates in them, and they could quite possibly go as fast as the one for Judge Robertson did. And three, whatever we do.
But I'm going to point out that
second, please let me finish my point. Whatever we do not finish here will not be able to be printed in time for our sample ballots. So we do need to make these endorsements if we are going to make them.
So
So
could we consider dropping school director district number 4? Because I don't think anybody here would be voting in that primary.
they're citywide, aren't they?
Not until the general election.
Then in that case, I'm very happy to remove one of the races, yes, because we are not in that district. I see more hands. Mary Williams.
How about this? If you want to go to bed, go to bed.
Here.
Here, Mary. Laura Van Tosh.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of the judge and just say that decision went really quickly, and I couldn't speak up fast enough. So I'm just saying that I wholeheartedly support the previous candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's go.
All right, Tom, you have results for us.
No.
For council position 9?
Give me one more minute. I'm almost there.
All right. Then we're going to move on to the next.
Stephen, can you then help me build the ballot so I can get that prepared while you're doing the rest of these?
I can. You're ready for that now. Glad to hear it. All right.
I want to confirm that this is for the second and last runoff for Seattle City Mayor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is our first choice?
Lorena Gonzalez.
How many choices do we have?
We have 3 choices currently.
Okay. So Lorena Gonzalez is a choice.
Bruce
Thank
Harrell.
you. What's the second choice?
Bruce Harrell.
And Bruce. Okay. And Bruce Harrell's a choice.
And no endorsement.
Okay. So no Justin Farrell, no Colleen Echohawk, and no Andrew Grant Houston.
Correct.
But point of order, Mr. Chair.
I just deleted too many, so I need to ask you to give me favor. Bruce Harrell, Lorena Gonzalez, and who is our third?
No endorsement.
So just those 2 candidates.
Then point of order.
Bruce Harrell and Lorena Gonzalez are the 2 candidates plus no endorsement.
Correct. Yes, Alec?
Yes, but you erroneously said this is the second and last.
That is correct. It is not. If we do not hit 60% on this ballot, Justin, then we may entertain a dual endorsement for mayor.
Thank you.
This is
Thank
Joanne.
you.
This is Joanne Harrell. Can you double check the number of votes for Lorena Gonzalez? I think it was 54 instead of 64. In the chat it says 64, and I think it's actually 54, based on the total numbers and the percentages.
Tom, can you please check that?
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know what I'm checking because I was busy trying to figure this one out.
The numbers that are listed where you have the votes tallied, you show Lorena with 64 votes, 43.5%. I believe it's actually 54 votes at 43.5%.
I see 55.
Okay, I'm looking at 64.
I don't know where you're looking at that.
That's in the chat. That was transcribed by someone who's not on the tally committee who is going from memory.
No, that's from me. And oh wait, here. So I put mine in 55 votes for Lorena Gonzalez. That's what my vote was.
Yes, and that's what I have written down, Tom. And that also equates to 42.3%.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to make sure.
There was a typo in the chat. The
Yeah,
typo in the chat does not change the percentage, but does change the vote total for Lorena Gonzalez.
Yeah. We just want it clear, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Mr. Chair, I'm a little confused because on this last ballot creation, okay, never mind. I'm back to speed again. Forgive me.
Happy to hear it. Thank you for everything you're doing to get this to work in the first place. All right, Tom, let us know when you're ready to announce the council position 9, but until then, I'm going to open up Seattle School District number 1, Director District number 5, correct? Because number 4 is not actually in our area, or do I have that backwards?
That's correct.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yep.
I will now
the next
open nominations for that race.
I nominate Michelle Sargent.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I recognize Kuljinder Dillon.
Thank you. I thought that the next thing on the agenda was the next judicial race, and I didn't think we were moving on to the Seattle School District.
You are absolutely correct. My
Thank
eyes are
you.
failing given the late hour. I apologize, Brandon. We do need to finish up with the City of Renton Municipal Judge Position 1. This should go fast. There's only one candidate. I now open the floor for nominations for that. I was in air, so these nominations will not stand. We'll reopen for those later.
Thank you so much. I'm moving to endorse Judge Jessica Jenner.
Thank you.
Move to endorse by acclamation.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Without objection, we will endorse Judge Jessica Jenner. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Seeing no objection, congratulations, Judge. Would you like to address and make brief remarks?
Yes, thank you very much. Very briefly, I'm exceptionally honored and privileged to be here with you in the 37th this evening. And I just wanted to add that I'm so appreciative of your endorsement because I recognize that the values of this organization represent the values of Renton's community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to clear up, Seattle School District Director number 4 is not one we will be voting on tonight. I apologize to candidates who were here for that and waited a very long time. We will revisit this in the general election, but in the interest of time and getting to the ones that are actually in the 37th and will be on our primary ballot and thus need to be on our primary sample ballot that goes out to voters, we're going to move on to Seattle School District number 1, Director District number 5. Brandon?
I nominate Michelle Sargent.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded. Are there any other candidates? Joanna?
I nominate Crystal Liston.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. The names are Michelle Sarju, sorry, and Crystal Liston. Michelle Sarju and Crystal Liston. We will begin debate on that, but first I want to get the ballot in the chat. I'm going to put the names in the chat. If I spell it wrong, I very much apologize. Why?
Is this for the mayor or for the council?
That is for city council. So that's what we're debating, but we're going to be voting very shortly with the sample ballot for mayor once it's ready and in the chat. So Justin, please let us know when the mayoral one is ready. But in the interest of time, I'm going to start debating So first, Michelle Sarju has.
Please.
What was that, Justin?
One technical request, please, because I was working on building this ballot and you're talking about another ballot. So I want to make sure I'm giving you the correct thing to put in the chat. You want a ballot put in the chat. You want a link to a ballot now for Bruce Harrell, Lorena Gonzalez, or no endorsement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, let me put that in there and then I will build the other ballot. I'll finish building the other ballot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, you have 1 minute. You're recognized. Michelle Sarju.
Thank you. I do have a question before you start the clock.
Yes, please stop the clock.
Do
Go
you
ahead.
allow for people to do a 10-second descriptive introduction for people who have access needs?
I'm sorry, you have 1 minute. You may spend it however you wish.
Got it. Okay, so my name is Michelle Sarju. I'm a 34-year Central District resident, a former foster parent, and the mom of 3 former Seattle Public School students. I'm running because I believe that every student, and I actually do mean every student, should have access to a high-quality public school education. Far too often, variables like race, zip code, or location of school determine who has access. Several of my high-level priorities include creating policies that will support the emotional and mental health of our next generation of leaders, our students. Ensuring that effective policies and programs are established and in place to support the return of all students in the fall. I'm excited about what SPS can be for all of our students. I hope you will join the Emerald Youth Organizing Coalition, 11th and 36 Dems, Women of Color in Politics, as well as others, and endorse my campaign. Thank you for centering children and youth by supporting my candidacy.
Thank you so much. I'll now open the floor for a 30-second speech in favor of Michelle. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak in favor of Michelle for 30 seconds. Brandon Hersey, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
I'm going to go ahead and pass to Andrew since my voice has been heard enough tonight.
Andrew, you are recognized for 30 seconds. Andrew Hong.
Okay, I've also been heard a lot, but yeah, I am the founder of Emerald Youth Organizing Collective, and we're proud to endorse. We're a coalition of 50 plus South End youth organizers, and we're proud to endorse Michelle Sarju. And she's been awesome in being proactive and making sure that her campaign policy and the values and ideas that she takes to the school board are made by youth, particularly among issues of like student mental health that have been very much under stress during this pandemic. And I think that Michelle Sarju will be an amazing voice for students and BIPOC in the school board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now have, if any, a 30-second speech against. 30-second speech against going once, going twice, going 3 times. End debate there, and we will go to Crystal Liston.
All right. Am I on the clock? Where's the clock?
You're on the clock for 1 minute. Can we please put 1 minute on the clock?
1 minute on the clock. Okay. Hello. My name is Crystal Snow Liston. I originally from Anchorage, Alaska. Family moved here in 1984. Grew up in Issaquah before it was full of assholes. And I've been living in the Central District, well, in the city since 2003, and in the Central District since 2006. I'm disabled. There's my wheelchair right there, my manual chair. Gay parent of 2 sons that live in West Seattle. And the reason why I'm running for school board, this will be my 3rd time running for school board. And that is because I'm still seeing a disconnect between the administration and our actual schools. I've been volunteering in our public schools, about 20 of them so far of the 102. And I would be the candidate that would be on the ground, continuing the work to interact with and bring reconnaissance back to the board and superintendent so they know what's going on in our schools on the ground. There we go. You're muted. There we go.
Thank you very much. We'll now do a 30-second speech in favor of Crystal's candidacy. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak for 30 seconds in favor. 30 seconds in favor going once. Oh, Joanna, go right ahead.
So Crystal is a neighbor of mine, and I know that she will involve community. My main reason for wanting votes for her and her recognition tonight there are three candidates in this race, and I believe that either she or Michelle will probably be wonderful school board members. And I think if the two of them are in the general election, we will have a good conversation regarding our schools and the needs of the students.
Thank you, Joanna. Your time has expired. Is there a 30-second speech against the nomination of Crystal Liston? Is there a 30-second speech against going once, going twice, going 3 times? Seeing none, we will end debate there. Thank you both very much. Tom, do you have results for the runoff for City Council?
I do.
Lay it on me.
Okay. So we have a total of 135 ballots. Brianna received 56 or 41.5%. Sarah Nelson received 2 or 1.5%. Dual endorsement was 53 or 39.3%. No endorsement 24 or 17.7. We have no consensus.
No consensus achieved. We'll see you all back in after the primary for the general. Thank you very much for your time and effort. Now, we've heard from the candidates for school board. The ballot for mayor is still open, but I'm going to ask that to be closed very soon. So please get those in. But first, I'm going to go through for voice votes. Brett Nelson for Seattle mayor runoff. Do you vote for Lorena Gonzalez, Bruce Harrell, or no endorsement?
Bruce Harrell, please.
Got it. Dawn Mason, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Got it. Sharon Maeda, how do you vote? Let me pull you up so I can unmute you. Sharon?
Lorena Gonzalez.
Thank you. Harriet Walden, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you. Lem Howell, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Thank you. Ruby Holland, how do you vote?
No endorsement.
Thank you. Rodolfo has been able to vote. So that is it for voice votes. Justin, please close the ballot going once for Seattle mayor. Please close the ballot twice for Seattle mayor. Close the ballot 3 times for Seattle mayor. Please close the ballot.
That ballot is now closed.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask you to take the voice votes, but do you have the ballot for the school board race ready? Thank you. Oh. Justin, are you there?
He's muted.
Sorry, I mute myself so you don't hear me typing. That would be the Crystal Liston and Michelle Sarju race, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm putting that into the chat now. And now that we have closed the ballot for mayor, can I get the voice votes?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, point of order.
The ballot's wrong.
Seconded.
This is the Seattle School Board ballot? Yes, the Seattle School Board ballot is I think you jumped ahead one.
Well, it has the correct names, the wrong title. I'm correcting that title. Should be for District 5.
It has both incorrect. So we are voting not on Brandon Hersey and Genesis Williamson, but Michelle.
No, yes, I did give you, I'm sorry, I did give you the wrong one.
It happens. Thanks for the quick eagle eyes. Shakundi, I'm going to ask, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, this is Shikundi. Can you change me to voice vote from here on out?
I can.
I'm on my phone, and I'm not on my computer.
I will ask for your voice vote moving forward.
Thank you.
So do not vote on ballot T. Do not vote on ballot T. Please wait for a corrected ballot. All right, ballot S has the correct names. please use that link to vote. And then Justin, let me know when you are ready for the mayoral voice votes. And Justin, you are muted, so if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Can I get an assistant on my end to handle my buttons next time?
We'll add it to the budget.
Thank you. I am ready for your voter, please.
All right, Brett Nelson votes for Bruce Harrell.
Thanks. I have recorded Bruce Harrell for Brett Nelson, and I'd like to once again remind the members not to speak while the chair is speaking to me.
Don Mason votes for Bruce Harrell.
Don Mason is recorded for Bruce Harrell.
Sharon Maeda votes for
Sharon Maeda.
Lorena Gonzalez.
Sharon Maeda is voting for M. Lorena Gonzalez.
Harriet Walden votes for Bruce Harrell.
Reverend Harriet for Bruce Harrell. Bruce Harrell, excuse me.
Lem Howell.
That is recorded.
Votes for Bruce Harrell.
Lem Howell. Lem Howell.
Bruce Harrell.
For Bruce Harrell. Gotcha. Next voter, please.
Ruby Holland.
Ruby Holland.
Votes no endorsement.
Votes no endorsement. Next voter, please.
That's it.
That's beautiful.
All right, while we are voting and while they are tallying, we can move on.
Stephen, this is Saldana. Can I check and see if my vote was recorded?
Justin, can we please check for Rebecca's vote?
So Rebecca Saldana, one moment, please.
Stephen, can you see if my vote was recorded as well, Bruce Harrell's? Believe it or not. I'm not.
I see a vote by Joanna Harold. Let me keep looking.
Who'd she vote for?
Who'd you vote for?
I will not be the.
I don't think my vote went
She
through.
wasn't.
I was getting an error, but I assumed it went through.
I do not see a Bruce Harrell, nor do I see a Senator Saldana vote.
All right, so Bruce, can you just confirm who you're voting for? Same with you, Rebecca.
Bruce Harrell for Bruce Harrell.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Saldana for Lorena Gonzalez.
I have now recorded both of those.
Thank you. If you do run into an error, let us know. And we can check for you. All right. While the tally committee is working on that, I'm going to move on to Seattle School District number 1, Director District number 7. There are 2 candidates filed. Alec, turn it over to you. Did we lose Alec? Well, the nominations are open. If you have a nomination for Seattle School District Director number 7, please raise your hand. Phyllis, you're recognized.
Yes, I nominate Brendan Hersey.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank
you. All right, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, why are we taking up endorsements for races that are not on the ballot?
This one will be on the ballot. There are 2 candidates filed.
No, Mr. Chair, actually, if there are only two candidates file, they go immediately to the general election. I know this because I've had that.
Got it.
And they're not on the primary ballot. They will be on the citywide ballot.
Got it. Well, regardless, as Gwen has stated, any endorsements we do tonight would go through to the general, so we can get it done tonight. And as far as I see, there's only one race left with multiple candidates, so we can just get them done. And Michelle Sarju is saying we are on the primary ballot, but that is for the previous race. So I do have Brandon Hersey. Is there anyone else who would like to nominate for this race? Is there anyone else who would like to nominate for this race? Is there anyone else who'd like to nominate for this race? Going once, going twice. I'm closing nominations. I will entertain a motion to endorse by acclaim, or with
motion to endorse by acclaim.
Is there a second?
I will second that, Justin Baird.
Moved and seconded. Without objection, going once. Without objection, going twice. Without objection, going 3 times. Congratulations, you are endorsed, Brandon Hersey. Please take a few seconds to say something.
I will not take a few seconds to say something. Let's keep it rolling. Thank you all so much.
Got it. All right. Then tally committee, how are we doing on that mayoral one?
Almost there. Give me 1 more minute and I'll have it for you.
All right. Justin, I'm going to get voice votes and then we're going to close the Michelle Sarju, Crystal Liston ballot. See your hand raised, Justin. What's up?
I'm actually in a position where if you want me to close that ballot now, I can take them as you get them.
Okay. Closing the ballot going once. This is for school board. Closing the ballot going twice for school board. Closing ballot going 3 times. Please close the ballot.
Perfect. All right, I'm ready to take them as you get them.
Brett Nelson, do you vote for Michelle Sarju, Crystal Liston, or no endorsement?
Dual.
I'm sorry, what was that?
A dual endorsement.
That is not germane at this point. Your choices are Michelle Sarju, Crystal Liston, or no endorsement.
Let's go with Crystal.
Thank you. Don Mason, do you vote for Michelle Sarju, Crystal Liston, or no endorsement?
Sarju.
Thank you. Sharon Maeda, how do you vote? I have to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Michelle Sarju.
Thank you. Harriet Walden, how do you vote?
No endorsement.
Thank you. Lem Howell, how do you vote? Lem, are you there?
Yes.
Do you vote for Michelle Sarju or Crystal Liston, or no endorsement?
Michelle Sarju.
Thank you very much. Ruby Holland, how do you vote?
No endorsement.
Thank you. Shakundi, how do you vote?
I vote for Michelle Sargent.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
1 second, Alec. Those are all of the voice votes. Justin. Yes, Alec.
Mr. Chair, I need to make a voice vote.
Okay, Alec. You vote.
Michelle Sarju.
Thank you very much.
This is Pat Clary. I
Yes.
need to make a voice vote.
Okay, Pat.
Michelle Sarju.
Justin, did you get those or do you need me to repeat? I can't hear you.
He's muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Justin.
I apologize. The prior voice vote was a vote by Shakundi Salisbury.
Mm-hmm.
a first-time voice vote, correct?
Yes.
And now Alex Stevens is also a first-time voice vote?
Yes.
What was his voice vote for?
Michelle Sarju.
And do you have another one now?
Yes, Pat Clary is a first-time voice vote.
I had an error function.
And Pat votes for Michelle Sarju.
Okay, one moment. Okay, those are first-time votes. Is there any other voice votes?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I might have fallen asleep during the vote.
Can't blame you. It's very late, and I appreciate the 114 of you who are still here.
I'm ready when you are, sir.
Lay it on me.
Hey, we have a total of 105 ballots cast. Bruce Harrell, 32 or 30.5%. Gonzalez, 59 or 56.2. No endorsement, 14 or 13.3. So nobody gets the endorsement yet.
Well, nobody gets the endorsement this time.
That's
We
what I
do
said.
now have the opportunity for a dual endorsement. So I will open the floor for a motion for dual endorsement in Seattle Mayor.
So moved.
Keith Garner.
Second.
This motioned and seconded. All right, we will now debate the dual endorsement. So please put 30 seconds on the clock. In favor of dual endorsement, Lorena Gonzalez and Bruce Harrell. Please raise your hands if you would like to speak in favor of the dual endorsement. And I will privilege the candidates if they would like to speak for or against. All right, Keith Garner, you are recognized.
I was going to ask if both the candidates would accept the endorsement, if you could indicate somehow or something like that. But thank you. I yield my time.
All right, Ruby, you are recognized for 30 seconds to speak in favor of dual endorsement.
I think both of them should actually not be endorsed, but if that's my choice is dual endorsement, then I vote for that.
All right, you yield the rest of your time. Thank you very much for keeping it brief. Put 30 seconds on the clock against dual endorsement. Annie, you are recognized. Annie,
Colleen Echohawk is not part of the political establishment, and she's an outsider. Many of you may not heard her name since she is working at the grassroots level to build affordable housing and create trauma-informed and Indigenous design support services. Colleen has a strong history of working across diverse constituents to bring about change, including working with government, business, tribes, nonprofits, and people with lived experience of homelessness. Vote for no endorsement.
thank you. I'll now open the floor for 30 seconds to speak in favor. This is for the final mayoral ballot. The choices on that ballot will be dual endorsement, Lorena Gonzalez, Bruce Harrell, and no endorsement. We are only debating dual endorsement because that is the only new thing on the ballot. If you would like to speak for 30 seconds in favor of dual endorsement, Laura Van Tosh, you are recognized.
No, I wanted to bring my hand down.
All right. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor? If not, we can end the debate here. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We will end debate on dual endorsement. Did you have a question, Laura?
No, I'm so tired that I'm having trouble with getting the hands down.
I hear you, no worries.
I'm sorry. Thank you though.
It's not your fault, don't worry. Appreciate you being here. All right, so Justin, we are going to need that ballot when you are ready, but let me know what you need from me. And Tom, do you have results for the school board race?
No, give me a minute. I'll get right back to you.
All right. We do have, so if you are a candidate and you are here and you have not spoken yet, please raise your hand so that I can make sure to prioritize your ballot. I know we have Winter Cashman here for a hospital district. I believe we also have someone else for a hospital district, or perhaps it's a water district, but I want to make sure that we get those folks who are candidates who are here and respect their time. So Winter, can you please let us know which position you're running for?
Public Hospital Commission, District 1, Commissioner number 4.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I'm going to move to that on the agenda. Going once, going twice, seeing none. I will now open nominations for Public Hospital District number 1, Commissioner position number 4. And we have a ballot in the chat. Please fill out the ballot in the chat for Seattle Mayor.
I move to nominate my friend, confidant, and personal hero, Winter Cashman.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other nominations? Is there any other nominations? Is there any other nominations? Going once, going twice, closed. We will now entertain a motion to endorse by unanimous acclaim or without objection.
Seconded.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Without objection going once, without objection going twice, without objection going 3 times. Congratulations, Winter, you are endorsed. Would you like to say a few words?
I will just say thank you and be respectful of your time tonight. Thank you so much again, 37th. If you want to learn more, email me. My website is voteforwinter.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for keeping it brief. Given that none of the other positions that I see remaining have more than one candidate, that means they will not be on the primary ballot. Without objection, we will endorse in those, should it become necessary, in the general election.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Without objection going once, without objection going twice, without objection going 3 times. We will not endorse on those tonight. We do still have ongoing ballots, however, for school board. So Tom, let me know when you are ready with the results for school board position 5. And Tom, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
I'm not speaking.
Ah, well, that would be why. Appreciate everyone's patience while we get these final ballots tallied. Please stick around as we may have runoffs if necessary, or a dual endorsement if necessary. I am going to go for voice votes for the Seattle mayor for dual endorsement. Lorena Gonzalez, I'm sorry. We already did that, didn't we? No, we did not. We are still doing the dual endorsement. We're almost done, folks. I believe we can do it. Brett Nelson, how do you vote in the mayor's race?
No endorsement.
Was that a no or a dual?
No. I said wrong last time.
Dual endorsement, thank you. Don Mason.
No.
Oh, sorry, Brett. Okay, I'm putting you down for no endorsement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I got you down for no endorsement. Don.
Thank you.
Don Mason, we are voting for dual endorsement, Lorena Gonzalez, Bruce Harrell, or no endorsement. Don, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Am I supposed to be doing something? No.
Yes, you're supposed to be voting. How would you like to vote in the mayor's race? For dual endorsement, Lorena, Bruce, or no endorsement?
Oh, for Bruce Harrell.
Thank you.
Surprise, surprise.
Sharon Maeda? Sharon, I'll need you to unmute.
Okay, I just got it. No endorsement.
Okay. Harriet Walden, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Lem Howell, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Ruby Holland, how do you vote?
No endorsement.
Kundi Salisbury, how do you vote?
Bruce Harrell.
Alex Stevens, how do you vote? Alex Stevens, how do you vote?
I already submitted.
Excellent. Glad you got that working. Pat Clary, how do you vote? Pat, did you fall asleep?
No, everybody muted me. The whole household muted me. My vote went through. Thank you.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. So glad to hear it. Justin, when you are ready, I'm going to ask you to close the ballot for the Seattle mayor.
Okay. 103 responses, and the ballot is closed now.
Thank you. Let me know when you're ready for
I
voice.
am ready. I'm ready for voice votes now. Voter first.
Brett Nelson votes no endorsement.
I have recorded no endorsement for Brett Nelson. Next voter.
Don Mason votes for Bruce Harrell.
Don Mason votes for Bruce Harrell. 1 moment.
Sharon Maeda votes for no endorsement.
Oh, excuse me.
Harriet Walden.
1 moment.
Oh, sorry.
1 moment, please.
Yep.
I'm sorry. That was that Harriet Walden you told me last?
No, I gave you Sharon Maeda last, and that was a no endorsement.
Sharon Maeda for no endorsement. Go ahead.
Harriet Walden for Bruce Harrell.
Harriet Walden
Bruce Harrell.
for Bruce Harrell.
Lem Howell.
And next, Lem Howell.
Bruce Harrell.
1 moment. And next, please.
Shakundi for Bruce Harrell.
Shakundi Salisbury for Bruce Harrell.
Yep. And did I give you Ruby Holland?
I have Brett Nelson, Don Mason, Sharon Maeda, Harriet Walden, Lem Howell, Shakundi Salisbury. I need Ruby Holland. Ruby Holland.
Ruby Holland, no endorsement.
And no endorsement for Ruby Holland. Next.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank my amazing team who made this possible in the first place and who has troubleshot so many issues that have cropped up because doing these isn't easy. But I really want to thank Justin, who has just been running the ship. I want to thank Tom, who has been on the tally committee. I want to thank Mary, who is manning the YouTube and communications. I want to thank Carrie, who's been doing outreach to the candidates. I want to thank Tandy, who has been supportive and has had great ideas. I want to thank Susan Sherbina, who has overcome COVID, kicked its ass so that she could be here and help us out. I want to thank Gwen, who might have to search for it, but always has the answer as our parliamentarian. I want to thank Alec for his working to do whatever's best for our legislative district and providing helpful suggestions. I want to thank every single member of our executive board, Phyllis, Brandon, Tamika, Serene, Charlie. I know I'm forgetting a few folks. I don't have this written down, which I should, but I thank you all. And I especially thank the 102 of you who are still here tonight, candidates included. Thank you for sticking it with us.
Few.
And Tom, let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Lay it on us.
So for There were 92 ballots. Crystal received 11 votes, or 11.9%. Michelle, 73 votes, or 79.3. No endorsement, 8 votes, 8.6%.
Congratulations, Michelle Sargent. You are endorsed. If you would like to address the crowd, you certainly may.
Just to thank you all for this process and for the volunteers who make this all possible. And I truly, truly appreciate your support to center the children and youth in our Seattle Public School District.
Thank you so much. While Tom is tallying the final ballot for mayor, I am going to make an announcement that we are seeking volunteers to rewrite the endorsement rules. We have grown too big for the old endorsement rules. We are also dealing with new technology and new problems, and obviously our endorsements, the fact that we couldn't get through them the first go around and that it took us until 11:30 tonight to get through the second half of them means that our endorsement rules need a facelift. They need updated. If you are interested, please join the co-chairs of that committee, who will be former chairs, Rory O'Sullivan and Michael Wolf. Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you for some brief remarks.
So thank you, Stephen. I just wanted to say, Rory and I chatted briefly about co-chairing this committee, and we're going to be looking at all the options on the table, whether it's ranked choice voting, simply updating these rules. We're going to look at everything because we acknowledge that these rules are broken. They were written. They were written the year prior to me being chair, and that was 4 chairs ago. So that was a long time ago. The rules were written for a different political time, a different time and space in terms of number of candidates that would seek office. So they don't work for now, as Stephen mentioned. I do want to say that some of you out there may recognize that Rory and I come from a background of privilege. It would be great if we could see a diverse set of volunteers on this committee to help us balance that perspective. And so please contact Stephen or the executive board if you wish to volunteer. We want to see everyone, as many people as we can get on this committee within reason. Too big doesn't help, too little doesn't help. But we want to make sure that we are all there so we can hear all the voices of the district and get a good set of rules out there for you all to consider down the road of peace, once we all meet and figure them out. So Stephen will tell you how to contact whoever you need to contact to volunteer for the committee. Thank you.
I put it in the chat, and we will be sending an email to the list, so please check your email. But if you would like to volunteer and help rewrite these rules, email info@37dems.org. I just put it in the chat. That's the best way to get in touch with us, and we will put you in touch with Michael and Rory and start getting those meetings scheduled so that our next endorsements will go much smoother. Tandy, and you have your hand raised.
Michael, I want to be a part of that. Yeah, I need to be there.
Sign Tandy up.
Sign me up. But you know what? I really need to say something. I really, really need to say something, because I sit here as a Black woman in the 37th district, and sometimes I hear you all talk about being progressive, and then I hear comments made that hurt me. And I think it hurts me because I don't think you really understand what trauma comes from being born from people that were slaves, and comes from that. And we have trauma. So there are things that happen to our ancestors that still, we'll call them the sins of the father, but they're still representative in our lives and a part of who we are. So when you say certain things, for instance, one of the comments that was made today, I will apologize the way in which I said it, but I will not apologize for my passion. And you know how I feel when I have my passion. Because Think about Tuskegee, the experiments. Do you know why when the vaccine came out?
Tandy,
They
this is,
tried-
I
No,
don't want to minimize your speaking, but I do want us to keep on topic until we get to the end, and then we can all share how we feel. Your voice is important, but it is late, and I want to get to the results. And we do have some other folks with their hands raised, so please wrap it up.
Okay. I need people to recognize that sometimes when they say things, they need to think from where someone comes from. Think about Sankofa, where someone comes from before you just make a comment, just off the top of your cuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Dolan, you are recognized.
It's really hard to follow Tandy. She's saying some really important stuff. I just wanted to add value to say, like, I would love to add value to the rules committee. Like, I come from a game design background, like the thing that I know how to make things move quickly. I would love to be a part of that, but Tandy's saying some real stuff, so I'll just step back.
And if you have questions or you want to volunteer, please email info@37dems.org. And if you're not able to do that tonight, keep an eye on your email. I hear we have an announcement for results. Tom, I'm handing it over to you.
Okay. So we have a total of 110 ballots cast. For dual endorsement, 26 or 23.6%. Bruce Harrell, 11 or 10%. Gonzalez, 45 or 40.9%. No endorsement, 28 or 25.5. So no consensus.
No consensus achieved in the final vote. Thank you, everyone. That is the last of our races. We did it. Congratulations.
God, it's like a miracle.
It is like a miracle. We got it done.
Move to adjourn.
Yep, we have a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. All those in favor, please
Second.
say aye. All those
Aye.
Thank you.
There were no nays. We are adjourned. I'm going to leave the chat open, or we're going to reopen the chat, and I'm also going to leave the Zoom up. I need to get a drink of water. I will be right back.
If I can just continue, I really need people to think about some of the things they say.